All right, we are going to do a few administrative tasks before we get to the zoning appeals docket. So 2 extensions, one is listed as a reconsideration, but that is not true, that's an extension. So if you turn to tab 4, we have an extension here. You'll notice that this was submitted back in September. We lost track of it, but here it is. It was submitted timely, so anyway, the reason for this is a first extension request. They are prepared to submit a building permit. This is for a multifamily dwelling, I believe, with variances. They're ready to submit a building permit application and begin groundwork for the foundation, but they have some ongoing stormwater remediation discussions and some covenants that have caused an unexpected delay. They're asking for a 12-month extension, and this is their first, again, like I said.
This one about the developer's control, and this developer has a history of completing its project, so I have no objection to 1 year.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
All right, so that is 4 in favor of the extension, excuse me. The second extension was for a restaurant, and or the original appeal was for conditional use for a restaurant. The extension was submitted beyond that 1 year that is in the code as being the deadline for expiration for an approval for a conditional use or a variance. He said that basically there is an illness in his family, so he has been out of town and not able to acquire the use permit. Something that I guess I'll suggest here as I was prepping for this hearing is that oftentimes when people don't really give us very much information, I will follow up and ask to see if there's any information that they could give us that would make it possible for us to consider the extension, because it was the resolution was dated November 21st of 2023. The extension was submitted February 15th of 2025. So that's obviously not within the 1 year. If you look in the box on your notes, it says that a conditional use lapses and becomes void 1 year from the date of its approval, unless within that year, and then it gives a list of things. The second one is the erection or alteration of a structure for that use has lawfully begun. And I did not ask this person if he has begun work on the structure to make it appropriate for a restaurant or not. I could do that. Technically, obviously, it's his responsibility to give us that information, but this is not someone who's represented by anyone. So anyway, I'm just suggesting that I could ask him for that information before the board makes a decision on the extension, just realizing that I haven't done that in this case.
Okay, well, if that's consistent with what it is, I think it is, the kind of information we usually have. Rule on an extension request. I say we go ahead and get that. So
Okay.
full record.
Yeah, I typically try to ask for it if they don't provide it, and in this case, it slipped my mind. So I'll do that and then put it back on the 18th so that the board can decide whether or not this was timely filed, if that's okay with everyone else.
Agreed.
Agree.
Agree.
Okay, so 2 other things. Mr. Bonaventure is sitting in for Leland Shelton today, and David Marcosi is not going to be with us today, so we'll have 4 board members, which is a quorum. In the pocket of your binder is some voluntary homework, if you want to read it. The second thing that is this zoning variance memo was given to me by Adam Levine. He updated it and sent it to me in the past couple of days, so I printed it out to give to the board. A lot of this is things that you already know, cases that we've already talked about, but I thought I would make a point of printing it out for you to, I have a copy that is under tab 2, but if you want to take a closer look at it and take it home with you, feel free to do that. This case, Dan's Mountain Wind Forest, is a case that talks a lot about variances and the uniqueness prong specifically. And so I have found it very helpful to read this case. And if you would like to read it, it's not super long, especially the part that talks about the law of uniqueness, which is on page 5. It's kind of one of those kinds of cases that summarizes Maryland case law on a topic, and so I found it helpful. I refer back to it a lot and thought I would provide it for the board in case you want to, if you have a few minutes to read through it before our next set of hearings. But again, voluntary. So that's in the front pocket. And, I guess I'll make an announcement at the beginning of the docket, but one case was already postponed. It's not on your docket. It will be heard on the 18th of March. It's 2024-313. So if you're here for that case, Boyer Street, that has been postponed to the 18th. Everything else, I think we can go just in order. For today's docket, I don't think there are any quick cases that need to be heard first.
So could you, with regard to the case law,
Yeah.
never mind, I think I see. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion about uniqueness.
Mm-hmm.
And even a highlighted portion or two. Okay.
Yeah, so, right, in the case that that I gave you, it talks about the law of uniqueness. We talk about uniqueness basically, James, microphone when you're speaking, thank you. I didn't know he was here. There you go. We end up, a lot of cases either succeed or fail on uniqueness, and people often ask us, where does this come from? Why is it so important? What does it mean to be unique? And that's what this case kind of does. It goes back through, it cites a couple of other cases that are important, Cromwell v. Ward being one of them, North versus St. Mary's County is another one, and talks about the reason for the uniqueness standard and how it should be applied. Something that I'll just point out since we have a minute, on page 6, the part that I highlighted says, it's talking about not only uniqueness, but the requirement that the uniqueness be related to the variance that is being sought. And it says, otherwise known as a nexus. So without the nexus requirement, a motivated sophist could always find similarities or differences between any two properties so as to defeat or support a uniqueness finding. Every property is similar to every other property in some respects, and every property can be distinguished from every other property in some other respect. For example, this property contains exactly X number of trees and Y number of wood rats. The wood rats were relevant to this particular case in Allegheny County. Rather than semantic tricks, the proper question is whether the property is unique in the way that this particular aspect of the zoning code applies to it. Anyway, I find this case helpful when it talks about uniqueness, why it exists as an important factor, because a lot of times I think people who don't have a background in land use law think that the board has just decided to be nitpicky all of a sudden about uniqueness, when really it's been there the whole time, and we just haven't been consistent in applying it until recently. This was kind of brought up by a planning commission hearing that I attended last week, where I heard the board's behavior described by someone who is not a lawyer. And I thought, I wouldn't agree with any of that. So going back to the case law. I'd be happy to later on.
We only have a couple of lawyers here, so I'm not offended. Heard all the jokes.
Right. All right, that's all from me for the general meeting. Like I said, I think it makes sense to go in order. That's on the docket. I know we have opposition here for 2024-318. And that's the main case that I'm expecting opposition in person on today. there could be others. Ready to move on to the zoning appeals docket?
Okay. Well, we may adjust the order with regard to that one that you referenced, but we'll just start at the top of the docket. Case number 2024-222, 1448 North Mount Street. This is an R8 zoning district. Forgive me for this possible butchering, but Chikwamika Igwu is the appellant, and the request is to use the ground floor of this premises as a personal services establishment, a laundromat, and the second and third floor as a dwelling. So it would be a multifamily 4-dwelling unit, 2 on each floor, and to construct a third floor addition requiring conditional use, off-street parking, and variances to bulk regulations. We could get the witness sworn.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm that the appellant's record that the answers that you give, the statements that you make, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
All right, I'll hear from staff and planning.
All right, so there are, I believe, 4 different requests that the board has to consider here. Conditional use for a personal services establishment for a laundromat on the first floor. And then for the addition and use of the second and third floors as 4 dwelling units, there would be minimum lot area variance required. 2,625 square feet is required for 4 dwelling units. 1,054 square feet exists. So it'd be a 1,571 square foot variance requested. Minimum rear yard for the third floor, which would be expanded all the way to the rear lot line. 20 feet is required, 0 is proposed to be a 20-foot variance, and then off-street parking, 4 spaces would be required to add 4 dwelling units to the existing structure. 0 have been proposed, 0 can be provided because the building takes up the entire lot, and so 4 space variance would be needed for 4 dwelling units. The property has a interesting permit history full of different BMZA appeals and permits, some of them filed and some of them issued. The ones that we have, the most recent ones, are in 2019 to use the first floor as a restaurant, but nothing said about the upper floors in that permit. In 2016, a permit was issued to use the first floor as a barbershop / pizza shop, second level as a hair salon, and third level as an office. And 2001, first floor as carryout and game room. So there is a clear history, obviously, of first floor commercial and honestly upper floor commercial over the years. So the property does qualify for neighborhood commercial consideration for the conditional use for the laundromat. I will leave it at that for now.
Good afternoon. So regarding for 1448 North Mount Street, as far as the commercial, the neighborhood commercial establishment is concerned, there's no problems from planning on that. Obviously, there is the clear non-residential use history. Our concerns are regarding the lot area variance for 4 units. The variance would be rather significant at 58%. As we understand it, the property is currently set up for 2 dwelling units, which if it was approved for 2 to use, that would reduce the variance down to 26%. So planning is recommending the approval of the neighborhood commercial establishment, as well as just 2 dwelling units for the residential aspect.
Yeah, I'll just add, based on what Justin just said, even to have 2 dwelling units would require a variance. So 4 obviously would require a more significant variance than that. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Just to reiterate in case I did miss that point, that would reduce it from 58% down to 395 square feet, which would just be 26%.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Okay. In light of planning's commentary, it's currently set up as a 2 dwelling unit property up top?
I think most of the information that's been given about this building is incorrect.
Can you
I
turn your
don't-
microphone on, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you turn your microphone and
We
press
need
the
to see the
button?
green light.
Just push it? Okay, sorry about that. Oh, I see the green light now.
Everybody can just remember that. I'll forget, but you can all remember. Press the button so the green light shows. You can hear.
I think a lot that has been said about this building is incorrect. It's a very unique building. In a sense, you can see with all the number of permits that are issued in this building back and forth, most of them have not been viable, literally. This is a corner building that runs almost 90 feet in one direction and only 11 feet within. So there's really no way you can do anything past the first floor. I don't think this building was ever meant for a dwelling, because when you come into the first floor from the Mount Street side, the first thing you're confronted with is a space that runs up almost 13 feet high. And when you go up, there's 2 more levels above that, which are very useless, because when you come up the steps, you only have about 6 feet to navigate. So you turn within that step to go up the one, you've already used up that 6 feet. Hence, the extensive reconstruction to make this building any useful to anyone. Otherwise, you're just going to be sitting here like it's been sitting, nothing there is viable. I was the last person that got a permit there to open up the restaurant, which went through a lot of extensive zoning hearing to approve that. But after 2 years of zoning hearing, we started construction. Opening date was March 2020. We all see how that went. So that didn't even work out. And right now, as we speak, there's already 3 meters in that building. So this building has been used in a way, one way or the other, for 3 purposes, of which we don't know what they are. Because if you come into that building, it's an absolute gut job to make it anything viable for anything. With 11 feet of space, you cannot even get to the second floor without tarnishing the first floor. It comes through the main business on the first level to get into the first floor. It's impossible to do anything with it. And then when you get to the second floor, you cannot get to the third floor unless you come in from within the second floor. And you cannot even put a hallway in any part of this building without making it useless, because you run a hallway of 3 feet going down one corner to get to your room. All you have left is 6 foot, so you just have 2 hallways. So what I propose comes to a lot of thinking. It's the only thing viable to bring the neighborhood, make that neighborhood useful or viable in any sense. We do need housing today in the neighborhood as well that are affordable to people. And we do need businesses to also promote the viability of the neighborhood. That's my zip code. I've lived there for a long time, almost 20 years as we speak. We cannot leave this building just sitting there based on poor information or poor, assessment of the need for development in this home. That's why most of them are still vacant today. You cannot do anything with this building literally. And the reason why this building has such a complex problem is the city has zoned it part residential. If you make it all commercial, that would be a different problem. But you make it part residential, part residential and part commercial, the only thing you can use it for is commercial, because once you establish commercial space on the first level, like you've seen over the list she's giving you right now, nothing else has happened above, because there's no way to access above. If it's entirely commercial, which could be fine, then you can maybe use the upstairs for storage, or do what people have done in Canton, where you add for the counter lever to give you more space to run a decent bar or restaurant. Because right now you can't even run a restaurant out of that place. It's only a carry-out, which again is not a viable business controlling the space of the building. The last gas and electric bill in that building is sitting on my name is over $5,000. So you're hitting this massive structure for just use of about less than 25 or 30% of the space. It's a building that requires absolute God, and that's for reconstruction. In that sense, I think we're talking about living space right now. In today's mortgage and also rental hike, I think even me, I'm willing to live in a small apartment when I don't have the money to pay for a $2,500 apartment. I think that's a judgment that we should offer people to have choices in today. So I think this is a viable project for the community. It will seriously elevate the community. Even when I opened up the restaurant, it gave an upbeat to the neighborhood. It lit up the corner. Even my friends people were saying were problem, became customers, and we're very appreciative of that. Neighborhood is dire in need of a laundromat right now because we don't have anything that's within range. But you cannot run a laundromat there where you're carrying this monster ahead of you in terms of being able to pay the cost of maintaining 2 floors that are useless. So nothing has survived in the past 20 or 30 years. Unless you want to keep it that way, the only way to do is to grant the variance I'm seeking so we can actually make it useful to people and also brighten up the neighborhood to give more incentive for people to come to the neighborhood. We have to start promoting activities in neighborhood to give people the reason to want to move into this neighborhood. We can't just keep letting people sit there because we don't conform slightly to reasonable requests to make this neighborhood viable. This is my zip code. I've been there 20 years now.
Do you own the building?
I do, sir.
When did you acquire the building?
2016.
2016?
And it was a 2-year battle just to get the pizza shop that I put in there viable, because I came to this committee back then and it was denied for some interesting reason. I think he said back then that the restaurant was only needed to be open for, if a restaurant closes for more than 12 months, you cannot reopen as a restaurant, which is another problem that we'll have to deal with. That this conditional use provision that you give also diminishes the neighborhood, because I've had the place as a restaurant now. I couldn't run it because of COVID. Trying to sell it would be impossible because the person still have to come in front of you to get it approved again. Most people run away. I tried to transfer the title to the restaurant. When they realize that it's been past 1 year, they have to run now say, oh, no, I don't want to do with zoning. It took me 2 years. I even have to go to court to have the zoning restriction put on that neighborhood lifted before I could get that variance to even put a restaurant. But as we can see right now, we need something that will last over time. Residency is one of those. Attaching to commercial business is one of what works today in development. You cannot develop anything today without adding some interest of commerce to it, to bring people in, to keep the place viable. We need that.
When you acquired the building in 2016,
Yes,
is
sir.
the interior effectively the same, look the same
It is
today?
indeed-
Hold on.
Sorry, sir.
Only one of us can talk at a time. Does the interior look the same as today as it did when you acquired it in 2016?
They had to gut the first level because the upstairs you cannot do anything with, because literally if anybody wants to Toricon, there's nothing you can do with the upstairs, because when I got the building, when you come in the first level from the front door, there's a steps that goes up 13 foot in the sky, which takes away almost a good portion of the first level. So you have to now, I had to gut the entire first level to redo it all over again. It was a time.
Done that?
Oh yeah, the restaurant was open in 2020. What made the restaurants inviable was my 2 years battle with the zoning board, not you, but your people, with the zoning board to get permit. So we wasted 2 years from 2016 to 2018 just to get variance to do the job. By the time we started with the job, time was already running out. I didn't foresee COVID. Our opening date was March 17, 2020. So every money put in there was wasted. The restaurant opened up, you can check, we got the permit, the restaurant opened up for about 8-10 months. It just wasn't viable because we didn't have that 2 years to build up a business. Plus, the 2 years into COVID, nothing was happening. The cost of provisions and merchandise and trying to find an employee killed that idea. Just because we were wasting time fighting over what I thought was a very simple request. We need commerce in this building, but that cost me 2 years and a lot of money, and eventually cost me every penny I put into the building, so the business failed. So if I were to place any blame, I would place the blame on the difficulty in addressing such a simple issue. We all agree that we need residents. We also agree that if we are put in a position to pay $2,500 for an apartment that most people cannot afford today, we'll settle for small apartments. This is where everybody, even Elon Musk has a house now that is 600 square foot, or is living in. He's a billionaire. There's just more in the world. He's deciding to go small. And we're still sitting here. These properties were built in 1900. There's no provision for this building to have been anything residential when it was built, because the way it's designed.
I have a quick question.
Sir,
for you.
go ahead.
The first floor is divided by the stairway. It looks like, and from your drawings, it doesn't appear to be doorways planned between the front and the back. Where would you put the line?
Yeah, that's something I mean, we have to redesign that. I've talked to my architect right now, because this is me putting this idea together. I understand, I'm not a registered architect, but I also I understand how to do this drawing. So I was trying to cut costs because this has to be a fully funded project. It's going to be very expensive, so I don't want to keep borrowing money when I don't have the project going yet. I put this together. We have to split those stairways into two. So one at the front, one at the rear, to give access to two parts of the building so we can keep the first level open. That's to be redesigned on that.
100 mat will be the entire first floor.
Yeah, we're entire first floor. Yeah, it's just design issue because it took some thinking to get this working. Even right now, most architects I talk to, if I didn't understand the drawing, we wouldn't even have what you have right now. Everybody says it's impossible. I don't believe in possibility. The only thing that's keeping this building inviable right now is because nobody's willing, and most banks are not going to finance. It's going to be a hard time getting the funding for this. I'm a good salesman. I'm thinking I can sell it to a bank. So I think I can sell it to a bank. But nothing negates the need for housing today. We need affordable housing. That's my biggest sermon I give today. I mean, when I came to Baltimore, I live on Drew Hill Avenue. I want a big brownstone. Listen to me. The electric bill I'm paying, I would gladly give up my house. I would gladly give up my house for a small apartment. And combine the fact that the 2 buildings next to me is still abandoned. I've been fighting the city for, 20 years now. I've decided right now to let me have the building. I can fix it. That is even impossible because it's just too much paperwork. But the electric bill I'm paying in my house, winter is $950 average. Luckily, I'm a black man. I come from Africa. In the summer, no air conditioning goes on in my house. If you feel hot, take a shower. That's the only way I can survive it. So that's the only way this will work. And I think you guys understand. I mean, what I'm trying to do here is it's a great leap of faith. I can do it. I understand the skills to it. I have the skills to do it. But if we're sticking on the old laws that says you cannot do X with Y, we've come past that. We're 100 years into this.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the square footage of each unit?
Are you going to come down when this is done? The way it's done, you come to 728. That's what I'm hoping we'll come up with.
Okay, based on the dimensions provided in the floor plan, I was only able to get 582 square feet. And I think that was curious to me that neither you or planning commented on the dimension of each unit.
Well, that would only come up for residential conversions,
Okay.
which this is not
Okay.
technically.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're not taking into account the cantilever we're proposing because we're asking for cantilever on the building of up to 3 feet, which I don't think this should be a problem because your board has also given this kind of approval to other people. There's places that where they have 6-foot cantilever coming outside the building. So with that 3 feet added, it gives you much more space to do what is necessary for this building. It's going to be a serious construction. It's not going to be cheap, but it's the only way to make this useful to people who live in the community and also add an asset to the community. There's nothing else you can do with this building, literally. You've seen from every list she's read, I've gone through them, none of those businesses survived because you're carrying a dead weight above you. You cannot get to the second and third floor. I mean, think about it. What use is the building? This is the only way through. If anybody has a bright idea, I will take it, but there's none. And bear in mind too that you have also given this kind of approval to other entities in the city, a lot of them in a very affluent neighborhood in Baltimore City. They maintain good value. Why can't we extend this to neighborhoods that are struggling? Not many people are willing to do this, but I'm willing to do it because I know I can do it well. And I know the value it's bringing to my neighborhood is one you cannot match with anything else you come up with. None. The building has been vacant for more than 30 years.
And the other thing that is a little curious to me is the cantilever section that you're proposing in your elevation.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like it would extend over the right-of-way. And so,
It would.
Is that permissible?
We don't have anything to do with approving that. That would be a DOT right-of-way issue. We can approve it, and then if DOT doesn't like it, then they would disapprove it, and then they have to start over with plans from the beginning. It is something that we see very, very occasionally.
Can I add to something what you just said? I've gone through that again because I spoke to the person with DOT. What he presented me with, again, is another just piling on something that doesn't quite make sense because he's saying that we might need the legislator to approve something this minimal, which is not right because if you've already approved this in several neighborhoods in the city, you already have the right to do that.
Well, that's not really how it works. One, to the extent anything has been been approved that looks like what you want to do, frankly, one, the code is undergoing some changes. Two, the application of the code to various situations is now presently more in line with what the law requires us to do. And the various appellate courts in Maryland have reminded us. So each application really has to be viewed on its own. Looking across the street or around the block to see that they've got it, why can't I get it? There are a lot of variables there, you know.
I do agree with you on that statement there, but also if we have to take legislation to approve every project in Baltimore City, I don't think we have any kind of system to store that data. We go with common sense reason. Does this property meet the need, and can we justify what needs to be done here? I think that's what personal judgment comes into play.
don't.
Unfortunately, that doesn't weigh, that position that you're taking doesn't weigh in our ability to make a decision today, because we're sort of just beholden to the law as it stands. So I think if there's, what we tell people all the time, if you have an issue with a certain law as it's presented, that's a great conversation to have with your legislator, your city council person. That's not something we can change or even consider. We have to just follow the law.
I agree with you again, but you're giving the permission to grant variances. That's why I'm here. If you're giving the latitude to make those
The
choices.
variance that we approve, there is a legal precedent that we have to follow in order to approve the variance. We can't vary the legal interpretation, but we can find uniqueness to your property that allows the variance. Does that
Thank
make
you very
sense?
much for that. I appreciate that because there's a lot of uniqueness to this property.
Okay, tell us about the uniqueness.
Start first and foremost, the building is only 11 foot wide. You cannot do anything with an 11 foot wide building into this society. And the building stands 3 feet.
I have a question about
Yes, ma'am.
that. So this looks pretty similar in width to all the other properties along the block. So are you saying 11 feet is not the width of all the other properties on the block? It's narrower than all the other properties?
This is a corner building that has like 3 siding off the street. The way the other buildings in the neighborhood is constructed is not the same as this one. It's a building that runs the entire length of the land. Also, if you look at that building, if you look at the rear egress comes in the back. So you can take away from using steps inside the building and use one outside the building. So this building is very unique. There's no way you can put step in the alley to go up to the second floor. There's no room for that. So the only way you're allowed to do anything interior to get to the third floor is that you have to place your stairways within the building. And that itself creates the problem to reuse it for anything else.
So that's the side.
This is the only building that runs the length of the property in that neighborhood.
Right. So it's unusually large.
Yeah. So it's a lot of way
Which-
to carry for anybody who want to do business or live in it.
And then he's proposing.
It's long. It's almost.
Oh,
It's almost twice. It's more than twice some of the building in that neighborhood because of the length of it. So you cannot come in anywhere first from that building except from within.
So that's
All
the
right.
cantilever he's proposing. that
We
goes
can't have
over the
multiple
right of
people
way.
talking. I'm stressed out.
Sorry.
I don't know if I asked you this. Have you provided, are there any photos in the application of
Of the building, I have some.
of the interior?
The interior of the building. I mean,
Here's the issue. Interior is very important because we have had cases in the past in which we've been able to find uniqueness based on the as-built condition or the condition that exists as of the time you acquire the building. If you've acquired it, and done some things that may create, that's yet another variable in terms of how we view this particular property and its uniqueness. I recall that you mentioned that this was, or maybe zone, planning said that this was set up as a first floor commercial and it had 2 dwelling units.
At some point it did. It's one of those kinds of properties that has a very chaotic permit record, and there have been a lot of appeals filed. Some of them have been followed through on, some of them haven't. There have been a lot of permits filed, some of them have been issued, some of them haven't. So the last actual issued permit was for a restaurant on the first floor.
That's
Nothing.
me.
Yeah. And then the one before that, I have it in the notes here as first floor barbershop, pizza, second level hair salon, third floor office. The one before that is carry out and game room on the first floor, nothing above that. At some point in time, there were 2 dwelling units above there. At some point in the history, I can look at the zoning cards, I think it was in the 60s or something. But it's one of those properties that has been vacant at times, has had a bunch of different things applied for and not completed. So it's actually very difficult to figure out what the inside looks like, what it's been used for consistently.
if you don't mind my clarifying that up a little bit, not much has changed with that building because that will require some tremendous construction work to change. When you walk into the front door of this building, the first room you walk into goes up 13 feet in the air. It's a very unique building. You cannot do anything today without gutting totally. That's why nobody has been able to make anything of the permit they get. It has to be a total gut. Because when you come into the first floor from Mount Street, the first door you get there goes up 13 foot in the air. Above that, there's another floor, which is space. It's weird. You can't even do anything because you're coming up a step to get there. You have to go up a step to get to the next floor. It takes away the entire floor.
I think what is difficult for the board to understand, and I am very, very reluctant to suggest another postponement, given this particular case, but we've never been in the building. We don't know what you're talking about. So you're describing things that we can't understand. And so it just makes it very difficult for the board to make decisions based on things that we're imagining.
See,
I don't understand that. I don't understand how you
well,
imagine
the understanding is you're providing testimony. That's one of the first things I asked. Do you have pictures of the interior? Now, because that is a critical feature of the determination, ultimate determination, yes or no, of whether this is a unique property. If you testify that, well, everything's going to be a gut job, and show us that it's got to be a gut job so that it's going to take the same amount of work, or at least that amount of work, to make two. No matter what you do, in order to have dwelling units, you're going to have to spend a fair amount of money to construct it. If the floors are laid out, one level, the second floor, be one unit based on the square footage. What is the square footage of the second floor?
It's pretty much 11 and a half, or let's just, because if it's so many, if you take away drywall, you can get up to 12 maximum, but you have to drywall. Let's say 11 and a half by 85.
Okay.
That's about roughly.
Which is a good size for a lot of one dwelling unit.
The question is, how do you assess your bathroom and your other rooms in the building? Because you put this.
Well, that is the question.
That's
and
why
you've said it, but you haven't shown us.
What is it? So I don't know how to show you the interior of the building. I have the picture of the building right here. Hope I brought it.
I'm sorry, you don't know how to what?
I don't know how to show you the interior because
You take a picture.
I actually, you know what? Hey, I have pictures on my phone. I have pictures on my phone.
Nope, not today, because we can't take.
I have pictures on my phone.
I understand that. That's not how the evidence works for a hearing. What's the rule with regard? We don't.
We have to have something that we can put in a paper file and put in the filing cabinet or save to our computers. We can't put phones.
I can email it to you right now.
That's not going to work because we're not getting her email and it's still a phone picture. So when you come to the board, you're hearing, you have to have the actual evidence to support what it is you're saying.
But I don't know how much more evidence I can have in this case, bearing in fact that right now you have permit that have been issued in this building for the past, going back 10 years, that says you have two dwelling units upstairs. There's no way you have two dwelling units upstairs. It's not possible.
Okay, so you're saying that. Show us that. You can do that by virtue of taking interior photos. We often get them to demonstrate that this is going to require a complete gut job, or this is how it's laid out as I came to it. And I haven't made any changes to it. And so if it's the as-built condition that's given us the uniqueness of the building, you got to show us the as-built condition. Not just what size it is, what you want to do, and how many other times you've tried to do certain things. We all agree, and I don't think there's any dispute, that we want properties that are, habitable, useful, not usable. We want them used, and we want, if it's going to be apartments, a livable residence that is somebody can afford to pay for, a fair market, whatever it is you intend to do. All I'm saying is there's more to it than your drawings as to what you want to do and just telling us what the inside looks like, which could very well be the basis for the uniqueness. The uniqueness requires us to find the evidence, to ask the questions, and if we can ask and you can tell us, then you clearly can take a picture of the inside and say, here it is. This is the view from the second level. This is a view from third level. This is a view from the first floor. This is what I have to do. That's what we are asking for in order to determine fully.
I believe I'm under oath here, so lying would be kind of a crime, right?
Lying,
I believe I'm under oath here, right?
You're under oath.
Yeah, lying.
So
you have to give me credit for that oath. If anything I say here, if it's wrong, you can come tomorrow and look at it and say I'm wrong, and then I'll be like,
sure. I can give you credit for your testimony, and I'm not challenging your credibility at this point, but I'm saying we need more evidence. Okay? if we allowed everybody to come in and say, oh, you know what, it's so torn up inside when I got to it, it's effectively a complete gut job, but it's really already set up for 4 units illegally, then we need the evidence for you to support your contention. The obligation to demonstrate uniqueness is yours. If we say, or I say, or the board agrees that there's more information that we need because it's more information that we typically are given in order to make that determination. I mean, yeah, you have your testimony, that's great, but you also have documentary evidence. You have pictures of the outside. It's not a leap to ask for photos of the inside, which in my view, given, just looking at the structure from the outside, doesn't look very dissimilar from any other property.
Well, you have me over a barrel here because last time I came here, I came with pictures. I think nobody paid attention to
Okay,
it.
but you're here today, sir. And I don't think any of us were here last time.
This is my confusion. I thought it was the same people too. I didn't know you changed people too. So you can understand. So I've gone to court many times. I miss him, George. So forgive me. I just learned that today. But what I'm finding, if we are agreeing on everything that I'm saying, that you want to see physical evidence inside, that's something that can be easily resolved.
I can't agree on everything that you're saying because I haven't seen it.
But
You're talking about the inside of the property.
You say you agree with the need for residency, which is the most prima facie issue for us today, because
Not
not.
for
It's
determining variance standards.
variance
Their
standards uniqueness.
prima facie issue, that's, you know what, that's even debatable because that's all governed by what the legislature is going to do or not, what your city council members will do or not. And frankly, there's some things they have done, but there's a lot that has been left undone that everybody agrees ought to be done. So it's not about what we all want. You're here to demonstrate and put on your evidence that demonstrates your entitlement or that you should be given relief from the bulk regulations. First step, because you're asking for variances, you got to demonstrate uniqueness of the property. And uniqueness you don't get to by saying this would be better for everybody. Because we already know that variance is very large that you're asking for. And variances historically are supposed to be it's sort of the exception to the rule. They're sparingly given, or that's what the law says they're supposed to be.
Thank you, I
Sparingly
understand
given. So you got to be put to your proof. It's not anything we wouldn't ask anybody else to do.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that, but if you're saying we're resting our case right now, the fact that you don't have physical pictures, because I've been here more than this is my second time here, nobody has ever asked for interior pictures. I would have brought that. I didn't think that's what you're going to base today on. The pictures are there. It's right now on my phone. I can get it out. If you want to see it on your phone, you can see it. You can still go with the measurement of this building to know that the building is not viable for any use. For the top floor, it's not. Just by having, let me be generous and say, by having 11.5 feet space. If you get to the second floor from the interior of the laundromat, you've already used up 3 to 4 feet of stairways. Then you get upstairs right now to the next floor, you've used up around 3 feet of stairways. All you have is 6 foot to each side, or maybe 6.5 to each side. You cannot do anything with it. That's the uniqueness of this building.
Okay, because you're saying this is how you get upstairs from the interior.
You have to. There's no other way you can get upstairs.
Then take a picture of it, sir, and present it and support your file.
If
you don't want to do that, that's up to you.
Can I request another postponement, please? I bring a picture because the picture is not much to get. I have it on my phone right now. I can run that and print it. If you want to give me a deference, I can run that and print it and bring it back.
I don't want you running anywhere. This is your opportunity.
That's my opportunity.
Because of the history of this case, I know it's been up and down, and various things have been asked for. That's all well and good. We're here. We have a process. The process requires us to take in and certainly request, if we believe we need it, which I think I've concluded that, additional information. If you have it, great. If you don't, we can grant you a postponement in order to get the things that we say we need to make a determination. Or we could rule today.
Okay, I'll take it further. Let me bring it back to you. I mean, I have the information. I have it. I can print it. We're ready for hearing tomorrow, any day. If that's all needed, the picture's already on my phone.
And just let me say that to the extent you think the property is unique, in all the ways that you believe it's unique, demonstrate that by giving us more information about it. A picture that we can see, several. You said there have the meters or the number of meters that you have. Show that.
It's already there. It's already there. But from what you read, you can see that it was not made viable because this on this stuff.
I'm not talking about viability.
Okay, so yeah,
it didn't come out of my mouth. I'm not talking about viability. I'm talking about the standard for meeting a variance and obtaining a variance, which is your obligation to demonstrate. We'll give you an opportunity. We'll give you the option to postpone so you can provide that, but it's physical evidence because we know it exists. We know you can get it. And the fact that we don't have it suggests that we ought not rely solely on testimony.
Actually, forgive me on that. My shortcoming on that, because I actually have those pictures, because from my experience last
I don't
time.
want to know anymore. All I want to know is, do you want a postponement?
Yes, please do. Yes, hopefully I can get it for the next hearing date, please.
Well, we'll see. If you're ready by the next hearing date and it can fit on the docket, then Ms. Witt's office can let you know that.
We'll let you know if we have space.
Excuse me?
After the pictures are submitted by email.
Yeah, but get that documentary evidence
just-
in. Don't wait till the hearing to bring it.
I
I know
think just to clarify to what the board is really looking for, because this is a row house with a similar width, almost identical width and an identical depth to, notwithstanding the first floor addition, which is large, to all the other houses on the block. And so the board is going to need to see something that is unique, not that you want to use it in a different way. You're asking for a very significant second and third floor addition, and it's an addition
Third
that
floor
the
addition, just one third floor addition.
okay, it's an addition that the other properties that are identical, more or less, to this one, just except for the fact that it's on the corner, they don't have it, and they are presumably able to use the property, and they have been built as and been used as structures. So that's what the board needs to see in this case, and this has to be the final postponement.
Wait, I'm lost. I mean, what you said is not quite clear. The uniqueness of the building is that this building covers the entire lot already. We don't have the same use that the other people have. We cannot use the rear entrance in this building.
Yeah.
At all.
We'll have to go.
I'm going to make this very clear.
Please.
You are asking, so there's asking for a variance, there's asking for a very large variance, and then there's asking for a modest variance. In general, when you're asking for a very large variance, we're going to need to see a lot of information to understand why your property is so unique that you need this very large variance. The planning department came back with the recommendation and said, because of the minimum lot area, if you want to do 2 units, that would be more agreeable than wanting to do 4. And so because you want to do 4, we're just asking, you're going to have to be very specific and very clear about the uniqueness of the property. And based on the comments from the chair, I think additional evidence could help position your application. Doesn't mean that that's it and that we're going to decide that that makes it okay for you to get a variance. It just means that's where we are right now. Does that make sense?
It makes absolute sense, but you're being absolutely vague as well.
No, you know what?
Yes, sir.
The requirement to get past the vagueness is yours. It's your obligation to demonstrate uniqueness. There are umpteen number of things or sports. You can look it up. You can Google it.
I
You
know
can go
what
to the
you're
city
saying.
website. Hold on, about what constitutes uniqueness. You own the property. You know all about it. What we're saying is demonstrate uniqueness.
I know that. I think I've done that effectively.
Then
but
that's the
I'll
standard.
bring the pictures to you, like you said. Then we'll have to go with what you decide.
I'm ready
because
to vote on it.
There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to take the postponement or you're not because.
I already said yes to that.
Okay, then we're done.
Okay, so I'll be back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And can
Reach out to Ms. Witt's
can I get
office.
on the next docket?
Excuse
Because
me?
I have the information I can go submit it today. Can I
Well,
get on the next
Ms.
docket?
We'll have to
Witt
take
said
a look.
contact her and she'll let you know whether we can fit you on the next docket. But
can submit.
don't wait to send your physical evidence. Send it so that we have it in the record. Don't wait till you get to your hearing and say, oh, well, I have this or I have that. I mean, for physical paper, you can do that. We don't want anything digital. Can't use it. Can't make the record.
That's all right, because like I said, nobody requested this last time. That's all. If I did, I would have had it.
Well,
Thank you so much. But I'll get it ready.
all right, thank you.
I'll go get it next.
Case number 2024-262, 15 East West Street, R8 zoning district. Bashir Abdallah, the appellant. Welcome, sir. This is a request to use the ground floor as a retail goods establishment, second and third floor as dwelling units. So it'd be multi-family, 2 dwelling units requiring conditional use and variances to bulk regulations, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Let's get the witness sworn, please.
Do you swear that the appellant represents that you do anything that may be true, false, or not true?
Yes.
Hear from staff and planning.
All right, request to use the ground floor as retail goods, second and third floor as two dwelling units, I believe one on each floor. Conditional use for retail goods establishment, neighborhood commercial, and minimum lot area variance, 1,500 square feet is required, 1,395 exists, so it'd be 105 square foot variance. Off-street parking, one space would be required, 0 is proposed, one space variance. The board has historically, so I'll start with the last legal use of the property is as a tavern on the first floor. This was issued in 2004. Tavern on the first floor, one dwelling unit above. That's the last legal use of the property. The board in the past has held that this type of request to divide a single dwelling unit into 2 or more dwelling units would be a residential conversion under the definitions that are in the code. So dwelling is a building or a part of a building used for residential occupancy. A single-family dwelling is a dwelling that has one dwelling unit. So even though there is commercial on the first floor, technically it's a commercial on the first floor with a single-family dwelling above, which cannot be divided into 2 or more dwelling units without a residential conversion, which is not, the board cannot grant in R8. However, the city council can grant a residential conversion, so I would encourage the applicant, if the board cannot find it in their power to approve a residential conversion, that he can reach out to Councilmember Blanchard, I believe it's in the 11th district, for that 2 dwelling unit use above. So again, retail goods is a neighborhood commercial establishment, and it qualifies for that under the history of the property. All right, that's it from me.
Okay.
All right, so for 15 East West Street, again, we are in favor of the neighborhood commercial establishment. There's a clear non-residential use. As Director Witt just mentioned, having one single dwelling unit, even if it's a multi-use building, still makes it a single-family dwelling, which would, of course, mean that this is a single-family conversion, which is only authorized or able to be authorized by the City Council. So with that, planning recommends approval of the neighborhood commercial establishment, but disapproval of the conversion.
So much. So let's deal with the conditional use first, the retail goods store. As Ms. Witt indicated, the record reflects that you have the history of various uses of that space that, we're simply, here on the conditional use standard for the use of that retail goods store. So what are the hours you intend for the retail goods store?
Just the normal business hour. This building, it's located by the Cross Street Market.
Yes, sir.
So the hours that Cross Street Market adheres to is the hours we would adhere to in the neighborhood. Nothing different than the historical use of the neighborhood.
Okay. Well, in your application, I imagine that. I can't open this. All right, we'll look at that while we continue to talk. So what Ms. Witt just walked through and what planning concurred with is that what it is you're seeking to do with the dwelling units constitutes a residential conversion, based on the law in this district, in this zoning district, as it stands now. In R8, R8 does not allow residential conversions. What can you tell us that suggests that it's not a residential conversion?
Sure. I'll start with the historical use of the building. We purchased the building back in 2023, and it was already set up for 2 units and a tavern downstairs. We shut down the tavern because we didn't believe in making money off drugging people and selling liquor. So
what you saw was what was set up physically as 2 units.
2 units, and we've been using it as 2 units since then. The 2 units have been rented out through the Baltimore City rental permits, and I have permits for both units, and we've been renting them out for the last 20 plus years. Of course, we had, on and off situations where we didn't have tenants in there, but that's normal during COVID and all that, but it's been rented through all that time. As far as, she did mention something about the off-street parking. In the plans that we've submitted for the construction, there is a one off-street parking spot in the building. The actual deficiency here is only 100 square feet. It's like a 10 by 10, and I'm not really sure where this 1,500 comes from, but it's only a small, very minor, very minor square footage that it's looking for it to be able to actually meet the square footage restriction that the city implies.
Ms. Witt, do our records reflect any authorized use of the property as a two-dwelling unit?
Let me see. So the last legal use permit that's been issued was from 2004, tavern on the first floor, one dwelling unit above. I'm looking through the zoning cards to see if
Can-
there's anything else. I don't
Can I add one more thing?
see anything that says two dwelling units in the zoning cards. I see, first floor for business, basement for storage, written repeatedly. But I don't see any two dwelling unit use that has been legally granted, at least that we have.
Sure.
Yes, sir. So the other thing I was going to mention is historically, this building used to be a commercial zoning before the rezoning of the Baltimore City that was done, I believe, in 2006 or 2007. It used to be a commercial building in its entirety. And back then, we could have actually occupied the whole space as commercial with as many units as we wanted. Of course, the zoning has changed. But right next to us, there's a huge building that's built and occupying the whole entire block, and it's a commercial building with retail in the bottom, and also probably around 40 to 60 apartment buildings. So we are very unique in the situation. We're right there by Cross Street Market, right next to the commercial buildings. I look over from that building to Mother's nightclub. They're open 24 hours almost on the weekends. It's a very unique in the sense that if you want to take it back and make it a residential building, it just does not fit in the profile of what's going on in that neighborhood.
Well, did you mention that at some point when you owned the building, it was all commercial?
Yes.
And when did you turn it into?
I didn't turn it into. The city did rezoning.
At one point, it was zoned business district,
Okay, period.
but now it is R8.
All right. And when, but it became R8 in 2017?
I'm not totally sure. It probably was during Transform Baltimore. Yeah, probably.
Okay, but you utilized dwelling units and rented dwelling units prior to that, correct?
We bought it with 2 units in it. Actually, I never, this permit that she is talking about, which is probably, for sure it is, I didn't even, pay attention to it. We went down to the city and we got permits for rental for 2 units, and we were able to obtain those.
To operate.
Yes.
On the second and third.
Yes, and currently it's occupied by tenants.
And is there separate meters, are there in the building?
No, there are no separate meters in the building. There is one single meter for the electric, and we share the electric amongst the 3 units. But that's been how it was. And
How are your current tenants charged utility?
a third of the electric. There's nothing in the bottom floor right now, so I still take that 1/3, and I give them a third for each
So you
one.
split it 3 ways?
Yeah,
your
split it 3
commercial
ways,
use and
yes.
the 2 dwelling units.
Yes,
Are you saying there's a dwelling on the 3rd floor?
yes, there is.
Okay. So I'm just going to read what the permit said that was issued. The last one we have that was issued 2004, continue to use first floor as tavern, basement to be used as accessory storage for the tavern, dwelling to remain on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
We have nothing about the 3rd floor, so from the permit record at all.
So it's still 1 dwelling unit?
One dwelling unit.
That's what we have in the record, 1 dwelling unit. Regardless of what it looked like, what it appeared when you bought the property, the city is fraught with properties that are used in a manner inconsistent with what the law allows them to use. Folks, because nobody checks and because nobody checks, often seek to utilize properties, and particularly dwelling units, and when they haven't been authorized to do so by a use permit that demonstrates to us that there is a history of that use. There's nothing that we can grandfather in just because it existed as that, as two dwelling units, because it was never legally authorized to be two dwelling units. And now in R8, in order to make it two dwelling units, to make the paper trail make sense legally and make it accurate legally, it has to be a residential conversion. That's the proper way to make it two dwelling units. And unfortunately, in R8, those are not allowed, except for legislation that allows that. That's why Ms. Witt, I think, suggested that, what is it, Councilmember Blanchard?
Blanchard, yeah.
Is an individual you probably want to speak with because they have the power to introduce that legislation and to change the law so that you can do what it is you're seeking to do. But as we sit here today, we don't have that ability. We can't, if the code says no residential conversions in R8 and a residential conversion is required for what it is you want to do, we are without power to give it to you anyway.
Understood, and I understand what you are saying as far as the legalities of the entire thing, and we're trying here to, make things legal. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to demonstrate
I understand.
and try to make it legal.
And I appreciate that.
Also, in the fact that it used to be a business district, and it used to be, under that zoning, we could have done that if we came in at the right time, I think, before the zoning was done. I think, we should have been grandfathered in as business district. Again, right next to us, it's business, but we
Foresight.
are not.
Yes, foresight would have been everything, to you all. And I don't doubt there are a lot of, folks potentially in your situation as well. No, you can't control the change in the law and what it used to be and how you've handled it. But all we are able to do is to apply the current law to what you have. There are some portions of the code that allow some grandfathering in. This is not one of them for this particular district and the prohibitions that come with this district arising out of transform. But I say that also knowing that the code provides a way for you to do this, but it's not by coming to this board, it's by going through the legislature, by having the council person advocate and propose a change in the law.
So I'm a little bit confused because it was denied because we are deficient in 105 square feet according to the law, not that we
That's
cannot
what zoning
grant.
administration said, but they often don't, we don't often agree with their interpretation of the law, and so I think they didn't notice that it was a residential conversion maybe, and sent it up as a variance for an additional dwelling unit. But I think that they were wrong in that respect. If the board could approve it, then yes, it would be a small variance that would be being approved.
And that is what we're seeking. That small variance is to switch it over because that's what we're lacking.
Seeking, you're not saying what you're seeking is converting to a residential unit, which we don't have the power.
It's already a residential unit upstairs. I'm confused. I mean, it's like we
You-
are saying.
Again,
it's
you look at
retail.
UC, a residential unit, and you've seen that for, 20 plus however many years. Problem is, that's not what it says on paper.
Hold on.
No. In terms of a zoning card that authorizes two dwelling units. Now, what he would have had to do, you've said you've gotten a permit to operate as, you have a license.
A license, yeah.
And that's two different areas within the city bureaucracy?
One would think that they would look at the use permit first before they issued a rental license, but if the rental license was obtained a long time ago, maybe, I don't know. But
There wasn't rental license a long time ago. That's a recent
Yeah, I don't know how that process works.
When
The recent development.
So yeah,
Yeah,
we
so
just,
I think,
again,
so totally understand the challenge. The challenge is you had two different departments say they had a question pointed to them. Can this be licensed as a rental unit? Is this safe? And they said yes and yes, and they checked off those two boxes. That's the Department of Housing, okay? Then you have what you presented to the zoning administrator. I think what the attorney here that staffs this board is saying, they made an error. They did not understand that from a zoning historical point of view, this was only ever zoned to be one residential unit. So when whoever made it two residences, like two apartments versus one, they did that illegally because they should have applied for a change in zoning. You purchased a building that looked and operated as if everything was fine. And then now that you're trying to make improvements, that's triggered us having to go back and look at the history. And so unfortunately, that's where we have to look for our answer and our legal guidance. The other people that answered other questions about your property is not beholden to the same legal scrutiny that we are. Does that make sense?
yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
And
so
I
think-
understand all
yeah,
that.
so I think the challenge is that, at least from my perspective, the commercial use makes perfect sense. I think logically, the fact that it has been operating as two units that people have rented that have passed Baltimore City inspection, I think that bodes very well for you to go to Councilman Blanchard. Basically, he'll draft an ordinance, he'll propose it to council, it'll go through a couple of different weeks of readers, but I think he will be able to provide you better guidance. Unfortunately, we can't answer that question today. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I just one little clarification that I need is, you mentioned the conversion to residential unit.
Yes, sir.
But I'm confused. I mean, it's the first floor is commercial, the second is residential.
Correct.
Nothing is changing there.
Right.
What?
It's a conversion from a single family to a multifamily. That is the issue. The way that it's written in the code is anytime you have a dwelling that is a single family dwelling and you're changing that to more than one unit, that requires in R7 and R8 a residential conversion by city council ordinance. The city council has basically said, we used to be able to approve them here, but we can't anymore. They've taken that power back and said, that belongs to us now. So we can't convert what is formerly one dwelling unit to two, even though I know you say it's been two, but the history says one. And they could give us back that power anytime they want to, and we wouldn't have to do this.
Yeah, but one can imagine that perhaps the thinking is, and a design, if we allow a council person for a particular district, that person who represents that district, if they're told at the time of, writing up these laws and passing them that most of this district doesn't want multifamily, we want to make it a little bit tougher to get multifamily and only in certain circumstances. So we'll allow it, but only through the adoption of an ordinance, as opposed to simply coming to the board here. But that's why it allows for that avenue to go to the council person. It takes a little longer, but that's the avenue.
Okay.
And
So,
again,
the takeaway from here then is just go to Mr. Blanchard, is that the name, and try to get
Your
him
council
to
person, right.
approve it, or they change the law to get it. So it seems to me like it's a long process.
well,
Yeah.
but it's got to start somewhere, and it's got to
Yes.
start, I guess, with the constituent requesting that relief from the council person and why. And it's then up to them to do that's what they do all day on paper.
But
That's what they're
So
supposed
it's
to do.
not, just to, I think I understood your question. It's not a change in the law, generally speaking. It's an ordinance for you specifically so that you can
okay.
get
Right.
these two dwelling units. So it's not like you have to change
Yeah.
his mind on policy or anything. He would be basically submitting an ordinance that says essentially the same thing as what we do here, and it would only be for you. This is something that happens from time to time. And so I am happy to connect you with him and describe, because he's new, describe what the process is. He just fills out a form for you, basically, and submits it to the council. And it's a similar set of factors, but it's before the council instead of before us.
Okay,
It's just
understood.
yeah. I'll send you an email later on today that
Okay.
will have this information.
All right, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. So we'll, yeah, we can.
Can we rule on the things that would come before us and then just leave out? Yeah.
Yep.
So we have before us a conditional use request for utilizing property. The first floor is a retail goods establishment. I think the applicant has met all the standards for that. With the establishment location, maintenance, operation of the conditional use, here a retail goods establishment be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare. There's no evidence of that in the record. Would the conditional use be precluded by any of the law? No, it is not. Would the authorization for this conditional use be contrary to the public interest? No, it would not. And would the authorization be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the code? Yes, it would. And also, to the extent there haven't been any demonstrated in the record, but to the extent there are any adverse impacts associated with allowing this conditional use at this location, those adverse impacts would not appear to be any greater or above and beyond the impacts would normally arise from the operation of a retail goods store anywhere else within this R8 district. So I'm a yes for the conditional use.
Also a yes.
I vote yes.
And with regard for a variance, we're not able, as we've discussed under the regulations, we're not able to do it because there's a prohibition from the board granting a variance to you in R8. So I'm a no as to the variance requests.
No.
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 But again, you have your avenue, and I would encourage you again to reach out to, yes, sir.
Just want to make sure that your ruling today does not change anything as far as the existing,
The dwelling.
dwelling being one dwelling and the commercial, right?
Well, to the extent it's being rented out currently, it's being done illegally.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have a use permit for 2 dwelling units right now, but that is something that you can fix, and I'm going to email you
Okay.
With the information and copy of the council person so that he knows what to do next.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your patience.
Appreciate it.
Case number 2024-263, 1420 East Oliver Street. Again, R8 District, Deontay Gordon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. This is a request to use the proposed first floor as a retail goods establishment, a cafe, and the second and third floors as a dwelling, multifamily dwelling, 2 dwelling units, 1 on each floor, requiring variances to bulk regulations, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's get the witness sworn, please.
Stand right. You swear or affirm under the law that you will stand.
I do.
We'll hear from staff and planning, please.
All right, so this request is to construct a brand-new structure. Right now, the existing property is a vacant lot. So with that being said, conditional use retail goods establishment, this would be approvable if it were a reuse of an existing structure that had some sort of commercial history to it. That's what neighborhood commercial is reuse of an existing structure. We don't have an existing structure here at all. It's a vacant lot. So just to understand that with respect to the conditional use. Then 2 units above, minimum lot coverage variance would be required. 70% is allowed, 77% is proposed to be a 7% variance. Interior side yard, 10 feet would be required on each side, 0 is proposed, 10-foot variance on each side. And rear yard, 25 feet is required, 20 feet is proposed to be a 5-foot variance. Multifamily is allowed in this zoning district. Just FYI, let me see here. Okay, that's essentially it from me.
So, as mentioned, the standards for neighborhood commercial establishments are regarding the structure and the structure's history, not just the lot's use history. And of course, it's a brand-new structure, so there is no non-residential use history. So, planning recommends disapproval of the conditional use for the neighborhood commercial establishment.
Thank you. Mr. Gordon, with regard to the cafe request, do you understand what Ms. Witt is saying and planning, that in order to utilize this area, there has to be a pre-existing structure that has a prior use. Because it's a vacant lot, you'd have to build it anew, and that disqualifies you from having a cafe in that location. With regard to the two dwelling units, you may have that, but I think what we will need, well, assuming everything else fits, and the uniqueness standards, your drawings, and I want to take a look at the drawing. Yeah.
Page 8.
Okay. So if you redid your plans that you submitted without the footprint for the first floor, because we cannot authorize that, you're probably still going to need variances, maybe not as large, but the plans would have to be consistent with what it is you're then asking for. And because it appears you would need to reconfigure what's there on the first floor. Now, Ms. Witt, question. The indication here is that the dwelling units would be on the second and third.
Correct. Would you like, I have them printed out if you want to look at them a little bit bigger.
Okay.
Ms. Witt, I just want to be clear. I understand why planning is recommending disapproval of the commercial use on the first floor. But I just want to be clear that we are not allowed to rule on that.
Well, you're not allowed to rule in favor. Is that what you mean? Yeah. So this is R8. So retail sales are not allowed, generally speaking, unless they are neighborhood commercial or some kind of pre-existing non-conforming use. So no, the board is not allowed to grant a new retail sales use without that neighborhood commercial avenue, which this property doesn't qualify for because it's a vacant lot.
But likely, hypothetically, if the structure had remained in place and it's a corner lot and it had previously been as commercial, it would be allowed.
Yes. Right. I think there may be a commercial history here under the previously existing structure, but it doesn't exist anymore, so you can't.
I understand that part. I think I'm under. Where's the policy lever here? Right? Is this just has to go to council, or is this just nobody has the ability to impact this with new build?
Council would have to create some avenue to have retail sales for a new construction that doesn't currently exist. So I guess my question, to you would be, are you suggesting that you would want there to be an avenue for neighborhood commercial if there's a history of commercial use on the lot, even if the structure is no longer there?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Well, they need to change the law. I can look up the section specifically that talks about neighborhood commercial that says it needs to be a reuse of an existing. Okay, so Yeah, it would be under section, the definition of neighborhood commercial.
Okay.
Is a non-residential use that is within a residential zoning district, but in a structure that either is non-residential in its construction and original use, or has received prior zoning approval for a non-residential use, as evidenced by permits, construction, or historical evidence of lawful non-residential use. So it talks about it being in a structure that has previously had this approval.
And that was the purpose of this, of the law, is to be able to resurrect some of these older commercial buildings.
Right, right, and not necessarily to construct these new uses, but, I mean, I don't care one way or the other about the policy. If the council would like to do that, that would be
And
fine.
again, it appears to be one of those policies that, generally, saw it as a decent idea to do what my colleague just mentioned, which is to resurrect the properties and get some good use out of it. But when they're leveled and it's, at the end of the day, you're operating a neighborhood commercial establishment, whether it's brand new or whether it's resurrected. The common sense thought is, so what's wrong with
There's
it?
basically no hope for the community.
Right,
Well,
so.
my question to you, I guess, is without the commercial use, is this a project you want us to continue working on?
I mean, I sit on the board of Oliver. I could talk to Jermaine, but the community has nothing but liquor stores. I mean, we just lost Walgreens that was on North Avenue on Hartford Road, so there's really nothing around that you could go get a bagel or something like that. So I'm just trying to start somewhere. I mean, I'm a developer in the neighborhood also. I done completed over 75 rehabs within the community.
I think talking to Councilman Jones would be a good first step because my philosophy on this, not applying the law, but my philosophy on this is what you were doing makes sense, and dense neighborhoods deserve neighborhood commercial. And the fact that you're looking to revitalize a vacant lot, obviously I don't have the zoning cards for the old building that was there, but logic and geography and form tell me that it probably was a commercial space on the bottom in the corner at one point, or could have been. I mean, it makes sense for the space. So I think I say all that to say, what you're doing makes sense, and I can see its value to the community. Unfortunately, as you saw, we're hamstrung here in terms of what we can legally decide. But Jermaine has options.
Okay.
And I think Ms. Witt would be happy to talk to Councilman Jones as well. Like she offered to talk to the last councilman and just sort of lay out what he might need to do in terms of proposing an ordinance. And it sounds like since you're on the board of Oliver and you have a good relationship with your council person, that part, I would say your prospects are good to get your councilman to support this. It seems like that.
Okay.
So to my colleague's point, if the commercial part is integral to your project, we could offer the option of a postponement until the legal issue of neighborhood commercial gets resolved.
Okay.
And then it looks like the bulk regulations would then still come back to us
Okay.
for the residential.
Do you see any issues with the bulk regulations?
Say that one more time?
Do you see any issues with that?
Well, I can't rule on it because we
Okay.
don't have, I can't comment to that today.
Got it.
But I think it looks like a really good project. I wish you the best. Looks like you have one more hoop to jump through on this before it can come back to us and we can make our final ruling.
Okay, so you can postpone it.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
And then we'll know whether, again, we're dealing with a commercial unit on the first floor versus some other reconfiguration you might need to do. So,
Okay.
But all right, well, thank you, sir. Everybody good? Anybody need a break?
Yeah, good.
Case number 2024-285, 812 East 35th Street. This is an R6 district, Derek Shaw. Derek Shaw here. Anybody sign in for that case? No? All right, so we'll skip over that one. We'll jump to case number 2024-316, 3803 4th Street. This is an R3 zoning district. Edward Jones is the appellant. This is a request to install a 6-foot fence, a fence 6 feet in height, requiring variances to bulk regulations. And we could get anyone who intends to testify, get them sworn, please.
Yeah, raise your hands. You swear or affirm on the testimony perjury that the answers that you give, statements that you make, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Hear from staff and planning.
All right, the request is to install a fence 6 feet in height. We see a lot of these kinds of requests. The front and corner side yard height maximum for a fence is 3.5 feet. They're asking for 6 feet all the way around. And so the board needs to find uniqueness, practical difficulty, the variance standards that you're so familiar with. And planning does not have a report.
Okay. So folks are seeking to raise the front and corner side yard fence height to 6 feet from the allowed 3.5 feet. Tell us why.
If I could just back up 1 second, is that only, so it's a rectangle? And what you referred to, was that only 2 sides of that rectangle?
Well, is it?
Yeah, it's a corner
Yes.
yard. So the interior yard, so probably, looks like, I'm just looking at Google Maps right now, what backs up on Washburn. Like looks like your lot ends at end of parking lot.
Right,
and backs
before
up
that alley.
residential. So let's say hypothetically, like you can see your neighbors there, they have a 6-foot fence because they're an interior lot. But since you're asking for the side on Washburn and 4th, it would be Washburn and 4th would need to be 3.5, but then the rear of your lot and then the interior lot line could be 6 feet. So what you're here today is asking for on the Washburn street frontage side, and then are you looking to put it on the front of your property as
All
well?
4
in front of the
sides,
church? Yeah.
All 4 sides.
So you're just here for the front and then the side of the yard that fronts Washburn.
Well, the report says front and corner side lot lines, plural,
Well, that may refer to front
maybe.
and corner.
Front and corner lines. That makes sense.
But you want to do all 4 sides?
Yes, yeah, for 6 foot, all 4 sides, was our original
But
intent.
he only needs the variance.
You only
Right.
needed variance.
Oh,
for
I see,
the-
for Washburn and 4th?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the
Okay,
front.
I got you. Okay, so, I'm sorry, so where
All right.
are we at now?
No worries. No, you're entitled to your 6 foot in the rear and on the interior side.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So we're halfway home.
That's right. So, but again, walk through the reasons for it, and in doing so, or the reasons for the request, or the support for it, specifically with regard to why you believe your property is unique.
Yeah, so unfortunately, our uniqueness stems from some rather nefarious activities that take place on a regular basis right in this block, right on the church property, down in the stairwells of the church on the side. And we recently had someone just yank the HVAC unit out of the ground, cut the lines, and just took off with that. And some of these activities, are you familiar with this particular block here down there in the Brooklyn area?
I am.
Okay, so you know what's going on there? I mean,
Well, why don't you put it on the record?
okay, so we're having, blatant prostitution going on right in front of the church steps there, and activities going on down in the stairwells, and drug dealing, and it's to the point where the local residents, the neighborhood there has tried to do some things, and I have a advocate, I'm sorry, what's your first name? Jan Leland here with me. I just met her today, but she's with the Action Baybrook, and has some documentation from the neighborhood that they're all in favor of this 6-foot fence as well. Because the 3-foot fence, we were just afraid that could be transversed and hop over and continue on with what they were doing. So in order to really have a good fortification and send the right message, we'd like to get the 6-foot fence around there and have it decorative out there on 4th and Washburn, and then chain link on the other sides. So hopefully that.
What do you mean by decorative?
It'd be like posts of like a 4 or 5 inch wide spindles.
Like vinyl?
Vinyl, yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, that would be aluminum. I'm sorry, that would be aluminum, black aluminum coated, and then the chain link would be black vinyl coated.
And you can see through the fence?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm, yeah. And if I could, I don't know if it's the right time, but we got a couple of letters here.
Hello.
State your name, ma'am.
My name is Jan Evelyn. I am the founder, and I was the CEO, and now I am the property development manager for Action Baybrook, a local nonprofit. I live a block and a half away from this property, which is the former St. Rose. Even when it was a church, it was not fully occupied. As everybody knows what's happening to religion, the kind of helicopter people come in on Sunday and the other 6 days of the week. The property is not occupied. So it's particularly bad now because the parish has been closed. At the corner that you can't see on the photograph here, which would be the corner of the corner of 4th and Jeffrey, I live on Jeffrey. The corner of 4th and Jeffrey is a very high prostitution area. It is, in fact, the subject of Catholic Charities outreach to try to stop the human trafficking that is happening specifically at this corner. It is uniquely perverse. I can also say that we are in communication with BPD and have been following up with the house directly across Washburn from St. Rose, the former St. Rose, that is actively dealing drugs. I have witnessed drug deals. And what happens when they purchase the drugs on Washburn, they get the drugs, they walk across the street, they go in the wells of the church. And they do what, people using drugs and people having sex do. And it is a very, very difficult situation for the community. Also, this particular building on the front steps, uniquely, has a lovely overhang. The lovely overhang is where sex workers, drug dealers, and drug users camp out. So this is in a very unique place as a center of crime and as a long-term center of, I don't want to call it prostitution, sex workers and trafficking. So we prepared, and we would like to share. This is, I don't know how many copies you would like.
We only need one for the record, but we
Is
could
this
read it.
like a court I delivered to you directly?
That's fine. Some judges don't like you to walk across the well, but I'm fine with it.
I could have gone that way.
We're all friends here, so let's.
And I am also a member of Concerned Citizens for a Better Brooklyn, which is another community association. And I have a letter from them as well, which they have authorized me to deliver to you all.
Very
And
well.
I'll take the liberty again. Court's indulgence, thank you. And at the most recent Concerned Citizens meeting, which was held a week ago yesterday, a poll was taken of everyone at the meeting, and the vote was unanimous. Yes, we want a 6-foot fence around St. Rose.
Okay. Are we talking about two different things? You're looking for a 6-foot fence on 2 sides of your yard, no?
No, it's all 4 sides.
But you're saying I already can do the 2 sides
Right.
without the
Right.
variance. So I'm looking for variance for 2 sides.
And this is in your property, your home?
I represent the Archdiocese of Baltimore, yeah, so.
The Archdiocese.
Oh, okay. Okay, not his home.
Just a quick question on the front side on 4th Street. Would the decorative fence be placed atop that cement retaining wall, or would it be at street level? Like 6 feet from the, because I just wanted to clarify, it needs to be 6 feet from the street, not 6 feet from the retaining wall.
I can't speak for where they actually intend to put the fence, but I can say there is a grass barrier between the sidewalk and the front.
Oh, I see
We can
that.
call it a retaining wall, security wall, whatever you want to call it,
Right now.
which would give, I don't have a ruler, I didn't measure it, but I believe that's in excess of 6 feet from the street.
Oh, I meant up. That's all.
Height.
Oh, because
Yeah.
if it was on top of the wall, it would be
oh.
10 feet high,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
no,
I just
it'll
wanted
be-
to clarify.
It'll be down at ground
Sorry,
level.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that it was going to be at ground level
Yes.
and not atop the retaining wall on the front side.
Yeah, I would just say there are two unique things about this particular property. Unique thing, number one, is its location, as high drug traffic and sex workers. The second thing is the way this was built, and I noticed it said it was built in 1958 or something. I think it was, the former one, the roof fell in, people were killed, blah, blah, blah. They built a new one, but I thought it was in the 1970s. And it has that late 1960s, early 1970s look, kind of like a fort with big concrete walls. And then the access, in fact, there is no handicap access to the church. None to the sanctuary, none to the basement. So how do you get there? By these stairwells, which are then basically covered up by the, I'll call it barbarian architecture of the building.
And then is the treed grass lot on the interior side, is that also diocese property? I can't
Yes.
get my directions right, so like where?
Would that be?
I mean, usually you able to say north, south, east, west, but I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, those trees are next to St. Rose and in front of the rectory.
Correct,
That's
okay,
small
so
build.
that is still St.
Sorry,
Rose property, and then the decorative fence would basically fence in that lawn area?
Yeah, it would be,
Would
6 feet from the
extend.
road, but
Yeah,
across
extend
that lawn area.
across, yeah, okay, just curious, thank you.
And probably goes without saying, but for the record, just want to confirm there are no other buildings like this in that area that look like it, that have the hidden compartments, like the stairwells. So it's a property that is in its structure, yeah, is
It is
Very-
inherently a structure and uniquely and inherently useful compatible with and useful for hiding illicit activities while you do
Probably we
them.
can tell it is the only non-residential use in the
Yeah,
near vicinity.
Yeah, it is surrounded by residences. I mean, this is right in the middle of our community.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, got it. Any questions for the applicants? All right, thank you so much. We're here on case number 2024-316, 3803 4th Street. Applicant is seeking to install a 6-foot fence in height, requiring variances to the bulk regulations for the front and corner side of the property. Is the property unique? Is the first finding we have to make, and I believe it is. One, we've identified that is one of the only non-residential structures within that area, but it also is a structure that is different in form from others in that it allows hidden spaces, large concrete walls. It's a structure that allows and provides opportunity for anything one wants to hide. Typically, that's illegal conduct, and that's what the testimony in the record is reflecting. So that may be enough for uniqueness. I'm going to say that it is. And that creates an undue hardship or practical difficulty in, frankly, keeping the neighborhood safe, among other things that have been allowed or have happened, trafficking, human trafficking, sex workers, drug dealing, things that are considered blight in a neighborhood. And in order to, eradicate that, it's really hard to do without erecting the fence to prevent that activity at that unique building. And it's not, the practical difficulty is not due to anything that the applicant has done or not done. In fact, the applicant is trying to do something about it. But it's the code that is right now precluding the erection of the higher fence that would likely mitigate a lot of that activity, if not all of it. The purpose of the variance requested is not based exclusively on a desire to increase the value or income potential of the property. It actually has nothing to do with it. A whole other purpose. So that element is not there. There's no evidence in the record that the variance would be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity or substantially diminish and impair property values in the neighborhood. Likely, the variance would be beneficial to the use and enjoyment of people's residences in the area. The variance, I believe, is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the code and any urban renewal plan or city comprehensive master plan, of which I'm not aware, but the variance is in harmony with the code. And the record reflects, I think, no evidence that the variance would otherwise be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or be in any way contrary to the public interest. In fact, I believe the opposite would occur in granting the variance. So I'm a yes for the variance request.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
All right. Thank you, folks.
By the way, I went to grade school at St. Rose. Many years.
Many years.
ago.
I thought when you said you were familiar, I thought, I bet that guy went to St. Rose.
Yep. This guy
Thank
right
you very
here.
much, everyone.
Thank you, folks. Good luck to you.
Thank you. A woman who works for me, she went to St. Rose, and her mother and her father went to St. Rose.
There you go. All righty.
Thank you.
Keep moving. I misplaced my paper. Make sure I have my paper here. My single sheet. Anyway, it's under here somewhere. Where are we now?
317.
All right.
Okay, yeah, it
Wes, Bashir, Deontay Gordon. All right, 2024-317, 2524 Oakley Avenue, Taiwanda Tate. This is a request to install a parking pad in the front yard requiring variances to bulk regulations. You, Ms. Tate?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm.
Welcome. Let's get the applicant sworn, please.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm as a penalty for the answers that you give and statements that you make to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I hear from staff and planning.
Okay, this is a request to have a parking pad in the front yard for RV storage. So two things here, front yard parking pad in and of itself, and then RV storage. Under 16404C1, parking spaces may not be located in the required front or corner side yard. No parking space may be located forward of the front building line. This is, I don't want to call it a new requirement, but it was a Transform Baltimore addition. So there are some non-conforming front yard parking spaces out there in the world, but no new ones are supposed to be created. And then RV storage, Under Section 16802B1, no recreational vehicle may be parked or stored on private property zoned for residential use unless it is parked or stored either in a fully enclosed structure or on a paved surface in the rear yard of the lot and at least 3 feet from the side and rear lot lines. And just to add that they cannot be used for sleeping, living, or housekeeping purposes, or have fixed connections to electricity, water, gas, or sewer facilities. So just to remind the board has found in other cases that front yard parking spaces are not approvable, even under the variance standard. This particular parking space, I believe, according to the application, is also gravel and not paved. And so that is another factor involved with the RV storage. It's required to be on a paved surface and in the rear yard as well. So that is it from me.
So most of the, most of the concerns of planning were just covered, but just to reiterate, we do have a concern with the location of the parking space in the front yard, which is prohibited, as well as the space being made of gravel, which goes against the storage requirements for RVs. And so with that, planning recommends disapproval of the appeal.
Okay. Ms. Tate?
Yes.
So you've just heard a recitation of the law and the prohibitions. I'm not sure how we can help you with this application, but tell us what you think may be helpful.
I first got I received a notice from the Baltimore Housing Community and Development in reference to the storage. And the violation was that it was parked on grass. Mm-hmm. Once I tried to remedy the situation, was speaking to a supervisor, they granted me permission to park it on gravel. When I asked what would be an appropriate surface for parking, they actually had me wait a few minutes to make sure that gravel was acceptable, which they said it was, which is the only reason why it's on gravel at this time. As far as the location chosen for the vehicle storage, I do not have a thoroughfare in the rear. There is no alley. All pickups are done in the front entrance for the entire block. I don't have a thoroughfare to get the actual RV to the back without trespassing on my neighbor's property and parking pad. Even if I was to get it serviced or to have to maneuver it in any kind of way, I would automatically have to trespass on my neighbor's property to do anything with it in regards to moving it to the rear for any reason, either to exit or enter. And that is the only method that I have concerning that. Now, the reason why I chose to put it on the opposite side is so I would not trespass on my neighbor's property, and also adequately, it has the adequate room that I would actually need to access it without having to manually step on my neighbor's property to access the vehicle. Also, the reason why I chose the location where it is because it's far enough from the sidewalk to not interfere with other residents and passerbyers. So it basically wouldn't cause an unsafe situation for any children or anything that pose a curiosity to the vehicle.
Okay. How long have you lived in the home?
For about 10 years.
How long have you owned the RV?
For about maybe 6 months. I purchased it in late November or early December.
And Okay. Well, a couple things. One, I appreciate everything you just mentioned to us. But none of those sort of trump the code, which says that you can't have a parking pad in front. I'm not sure who you spoke with. When he said you could park on gravel, it was on gravel in the front of the house? Where you have parked it, where it's parked?
Say it again.
You got a citation for, where are you parking it now?
It's on gravel. I got the gravel.
Where's the gravel?
The gravel is on the ground.
On the front yard.
On
In the front yard
right.
of the
I had
house?
to get it
Okay.
installed on there because
Okay,
it was on
so
grass.
the prohibition is 16404 C1 is a prohibition against having a parking pad on the front yard. The board can't do anything about that. That's part of the code. And that, frankly, that takes away our ability to give relief from that, unless the law has changed. So whether it's on gravel, which is another issue, the fact that it would only be in the front yard in any event is a prohibition that the board cannot excuse or trump. So that's one issue. The second issue is one closely tied to that, is that it's an RV. And there are restrictions with regard to that. You see a lot more, restrictions in condo associations and condo areas, a lot of draconian type things. But this one is, in the city code. So if the code expressly does not authorize and expressly prohibits the parking in the front of your home, unless it is stored in a fully enclosed structure on a paved surface in the rear, we can't authorize it to be parked any other way. And you have presented in your application a request for a front parking pad. And that's just something that we're not able to grant. With regard to, even if you didn't have these express prohibitions, there's really nothing that we can see that's unique about your property that would give rise to a variance or authorize you to obtain a variance. Because the thing that's unique here is the fact that you now own an RV and you need to park it somewhere. That's unrelated to the property in terms of what an examination is for, uniqueness. So that seems to be where we are. Again, unless the law has changed, that would give some relief. And you may have been here when we've spoken to other applicants about, reaching out to your Congress council person. Now, this is a citywide ordinance, however. And so a fairly recent vintage is part of the 2017 AO code in transform. So it presents a difficult situation. Great to have them, great to own them, but in Baltimore City, without the enclosed structure in the rear, nowhere to park them. So that's kind of where we are.
So, question.
Yes, ma'am.
So in order to be up to code, I would need to actually have an enclosed structure around the vehicle on a cemented, paved parking pad to be in compliance.
There's two options. There's the fully enclosed structure or on a paved surface in the rear yard at least 3 feet from the side and rear lot lines. Those are,
Becky, can that enclosed structure be in the front yard, or does that have to be in the rear as well?
I mean,
Then you get into bulk
you would have to
regulations.
get a variance to construct an accessory structure in the front yard. Could we approve it? Possibly, if we found uniqueness, et cetera. We have, I'm trying to think if we have approved accessory structures in the front yard. I don't think so, but that doesn't mean it's not possible. I'm also kind of curious because it doesn't seem like there's a curb cut. So I'm wondering how the RV gets onto the grassy, gravelly area. Do you just kind of drive it up over the curb? Is there a curb cut?
Or the wheels, they're double wheeled.
Mm-hmm.
So the size of the wheels actually is able to get over a normal size curb. It's like driving over a rock in reference to the type of vehicle it is. And it's stable. It has stabilizers, which basically they're mechanical stabilizers that automatically stabilize the vehicle once it's parked. So it doesn't just completely rely on gravity or things like that.
Yeah, I think, the only solution. Yeah, I mean, I think it's almost like you could make a driveway and then park it behind your house on a parking pad. But you would need to I don't think your property line is wide enough for a driveway. It doesn't look like it because your neighbor has the driveway.
Yeah.
And if your property line is the edge of his driveway, it doesn't look like you have space for a driveway to get back to your back of the property, correct?
Yeah, we're talking about the vehicle being on the other side. Yeah, that's why I didn't choose that because, I would.
So when you talk about where the parking pad is that you've constructed currently, is it on, if I'm looking at your home, is it to the left or the right of your walkway?
If I'm facing the street, it's to the right of my walkway.
Okay.
If I'm facing the street from my steps, it's to the right. Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the map I have here, it shows that there's a 15-foot alley in the back of your home.
That's inaccurate. There's no alley in the back of my home. When the diagram was constructed, that was about maybe 2 or 3 years before the apartment complex that's been there since 1960, something like that. They built their complex on the entire rear of where my backyard ends. So we actually share conjoined land. And the only thing that divides my backyard from their front courtyard is my backyard fence.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see where they've kind of closed off the alleyway there.
Is it a paper alley?
They basically, I don't know if you can see that, but there's the curb cut, but they've just basically built their property over the alley.
Okay.
They didn't update the plat. I'm wondering.
That may or may not be legal.
Yeah,
What they did.
What they did, yeah.
What they did. Where do your trash cans go?
Front.
Okay.
All pickup is in the front.
Curious.
Okay. If this applicant were allowed to, I guess, explore parking of an RV is consistent with the law, the citywide ordinances. I mean, theoretically, postpone to give her an opportunity to explore that would likely be some time. So
to get a citywide law change. Yeah, I mean, also.
I'm not really sure how you fix it. Because I will say that uniqueness is going to be an issue. The property itself has to be unique the RV certainly is. Introducing the RV to the property is a unique circumstance, but that's not the uniqueness that we're looking for or that the law requires for purposes of the variance.
The other factor, and I don't know how, it doesn't really play into the zoning that much, is there a lack of a curb? Because I know the vehicle can get over the curb physically.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
Should
that-
it be running over?
Yeah.
Yeah, the yard. So I think there are issues that I think we have to rule.
If the law changed significantly, certainly she could reapply under the changed law.
Right.
And we could hear it. This is in Councilwoman Middleton's district. I just looked it up.
Okay.
Just FYI.
All right. Okay, anything else, ma'am?
Just one more question. In reference to the paved surface in the rear. Just give me the specifications one more time. I'm just trying to basically get a mental picture of what the specifications are as far as the paved surface in the rear.
Sure. So it's required to be on a paved surface in the rear yard at least 3 feet from the side and rear lot lines. So you'd have to be 3 feet in from all of those dimensions. It would kind of just have to be right in the middle of your backyard, unless you have a very long backyard. But yeah, 3 feet from any lot lines. Paved, I think, to me means like asphalt or some sort of pavement and not gravel, but I don't have an actual definition to refer to, but I think that's what it means.
Yeah, I would clarify that. Like I understand that you clarified it with staff at housing, but I would probably get, like, who would be the second opinion on that?
I think if a permit is needed, then the building inspector would have specifications
Okay.
for the depth of probably 4.5 to 5 inches of concrete.
Yeah, for that weight.
Yeah, I just would hate for you to explore that option, create a gravel pad, and it actually needs to be paved before it got inspected. But I don't think any of us know for sure.
Yeah, paving will require a permit, so that should.
Yeah, it's like a building code permit thing, not a BMC thing.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, all the contractors that would require to come down here to apply for the permit would have to be clear before they begin any work anyway.
Right.
Okay, I just basically just getting clarification before I leave so I can.
Yeah,
Sure,
understood.
We don't
Yeah.
blame you.
And one more question. So I can move on getting this remedied. What are the steps for me to do? Do I need to apply for postponement, or is there, after I submit with the remedy or what my potential remedy is, I would have to find a company and everything like that? So,
Well, a couple of things. So if we were to rule today, and that's, I think we're required to deny your application, you would have to wait 12 months before you could reapply. If you were seeking to, looking for time to explore the ability to, get a paved place in your rear yard, we're not sure. We don't really know. That's not a change in the law.
Yeah, I think your only path forward is to become in compliance with existing laws. And if you came into compliance with existing laws, you wouldn't need a variance from us. So
Right.
you wouldn't come back. So the challenge is that we know you can't have a parking pad in your front yard. And then you have to park the RV in the back. And so does that make sense? Like, getting into compliance would preclude you from having to come back here.
exactly. How long do I have to come into compliance after this hearing. My plan is to come into compliance, so I wouldn't have to do this again. However, how long do I have from the ruling today to?
Well, that would be,
Housing.
frankly, from now to forever, whenever you wish to do that and park it. But in the meantime, you have to have a place to park your RV, which can't be where you have it.
Right, I think she's saying, like, she has an active
She was
code
cited.
violation.
She was cited with the violation.
And so how long does she have in order to figure out
That
the
should be on your
backyard
code
thing?
violation. I don't think the clock changes just because you had to come before BMCA, but I don't know the answer.
Usually
to that.
they will at DHCD, if they see that you're trying to fix it by coming to BMCA, they're like, okay, well, we're not going to like file something in court if BMCA is deciding it. So that's why I would encourage the board to not postpone it, just because that will put everything on hold forever.
That's what I was trying to get at, is that doing what you want to do requires coming in compliance with the law. That means you wouldn't have to come back here. So we wouldn't recommend a postponement because you're hopefully not going to have to come back, right? And what Ms. Witt was saying, just to make it clear, like if we were to postpone a ruling, it might delay your ability to resolve this with housing.
I think too, I mean, the question of how long do I have to come into compliance is really more of a question with the inspector who wrote the code violation notice. So they have their phone number, it's on the code violation. If you call them and say, hey, I'm working towards getting this figured out, and give them your timeline, I think from my interactions with housing, they're definitely willing to work with property owners who are trying to fix the issue, and they're not going to make your life difficult if they feel like you have a path to fix the problem. If you say that and then you don't do anything for a long time, they might have an issue. But I think that might be something to work out with the inspector who wrote the violation.
You answered my question perfectly.
Okay.
Okay, great, all right. We're going to go ahead and deliberate because we have to make a ruling on this application. And so we'll do that. And for the reasons stated on the record, the request to install a parking pad on a front yard requiring variances to bulk regulations in light of the prohibitions for the codes, based on the code citations previously referenced, I'm a no for the application.
No.
Before I vote, I'd like to say, make sure you mention to the inspector that you spent the day here, that you came and got great guidance here, and that you're working on the problem, because I think that's going to put extra value in your request. Okay?
Yes.
But I have to vote no.
I vote no.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
I want to take a 5 to 7 minute break, go off the record. I'm going to call case number 2025-001, 2215 Penrose Avenue, Monica McMickens. Good afternoon, you Ms. McMickens.
Good afternoon, panel. How are you today?
Doing well, thank you.
Great, thank you.
This is a request to use the premises as a daycare center, adult or child, 30 children, requiring conditional use and off-street parking variance approval. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's get the witness sworn, please.
You swear or affirm or refer to the the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I'll hear from staff and planning.
Okay, the relief requested, we have two requests here, conditional use for a daycare center child for up to 30 children, and off-street parking, 1 space would be required, 0 is proposed, 0 exists, so it'd be a 1 space variance. Just for the board's knowledge, generally speaking, we see a lot of these daycare centers up to 12 children. And so 30 is a lot more than what we typically see. It's also a modestly sized, the existing structure is a modestly sized mid-block row house without an obvious space for pickup and drop off. So it's just something to raise, something to talk about during this this hearing about what that plan would look like for 30 children in a mid-block row house. Also exterior lighting, numbers of staff, how parking and that sort of thing would work.
Thank you.
So as usual with these daycare centers, planning's largest concern is the pickup and drop-off area. Of course, the concern being if 30 parents or family members showed up to pick up their children at the same time, how could 30 vehicles be handled safely on the site? And also in similar applications, planning has usually supported a modest increase. Of course, 8 are allowed by right, and this would jump up to 30. So in this case, we are recommending approval for 15 children at the site, and also recommending the condition that the applicant work with the city, the parking authority of Baltimore City to establish a pickup and drop-off location.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. McMickens, in light of those comments, one being that 30 children is typically is a lot more than we typically see and approve for daycare. Is there any kind of facility, a daycare operating out of that location presently?
No.
Okay, so this is brand new. Why 30?
Good question. I've had MSDE to come out. I have an existing child care, 310 North Pulaski Street, which the board has approved for 25 children in 2012. And the state states that because of the square footage and the space that we had there, that we could probably do 5 more kids opposed to the other center. Of course, the other center isn't as large as this property.
So this property is larger than the one for which you currently have 25?
Absolutely.
And
yes.
Maybe up to 30?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. How would you, what do you envision to be the plan for pickup and drop-off?
Well, sir, my plan for pickup and drop-off, as I sent over to you guys, we would be, with our staffing, we would be traveling, the staffing, because we are a family-knitted business, we would be carpooling in one van to the location, and drop-off and pickup would be at the corner of Becklow, where the school is, where there is safety guards there, as well as Baltimore City Police there in the morning for drop off and pick up there. Also, I have planned for my staff to meet parents there at the corner for drop off and pickups because the children that I intend to service is in that area and from that school. I have also collaborated with the school principal to for her to let us use the playground area, and I do have documentation where she sent a letter for that. With a certified staff member to pick up and drop off the children at the corner for parents to pick them up where there is proper safety. I thought that would be a great place to pick up and drop off since we do have safety guards there.
How far is that from?
That's 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes. The school is 3 minutes from the property.
3 minutes by car?
And walking. And walking. It's literally, if you go down to the corner, that's the school. Marianne Winter Lane is at the end of the block. And that's where most children are dropped off and pick up. They have these yellow things where the parents come and pick up the children from behind that crossing, and the crossing guards are there.
Okay. When you say you have an arrangement with the principal?
Yes, I do. If I may give it to you, I would be glad to.
It's not been presented previously? Okay.
Okay, no problem. And there you are.
Grant permission for Fruits of the Spirit.
Ma'am, so looking at your floor plans, you're proposing using this entire building as the child care center versus an in-home daycare, correct?
Correct, ma'am. Yes, correct.
Now, this letter goes to the issue of the use of the playground for your
Yes.
outdoor activity airspace requirement.
Yes, and we also have access to the backyard, which the children, the smaller children, could play out there. We asked for that approval from the school principal to be able to take the larger children, which would be the preschool, before and after school kids there, because they're larger children. We don't want them to be ran over.
Okay, so that's playground area, backyard. Explain to me a little more about what this potential pickup and drop-off area would be. It would be going to the school parking lot, correct?
Yes, the school parking
Okay.
lot.
Have you talked to the principal about that?
Yes, we did speak on that on Monday. And she says, Ms. McMickens, as long as the kids are being picked up and they are being supervised by Fruits of the Spirit, and we don't carry the obligation to pick your children up.
And I presume she would want that in writing? That's a fairly large responsibility to leave it to, if you can agree to do this, then we'll let you do it.
Yes, I can, I'm sure I can get that to her.
That's important, because if that's going to be the location for pickup and drop-off, that's going to be the likely conflict points that we talk about when we're talking about traffic. And also, so your staff,
Yes.
would staff be walking down the street, and how would the kids get from the parking lot to your school? I mean, to your daycare?
That's what we will have a staff member or two to walk down to pick up the children.
Okay.
We will have them to return back to the center with the children.
Return back to Marianne Winterling School for the kids to be picked up?
We will leave the facility, which is Fruits of the Spirit, will be there at the center. We will go down to the school where the location is to be picked up.
All right.
We will then retrieve the children from there, and then we will bring them back to the facility.
Okay, and at the end of their time, will you take them back down to that location to be picked up by their parents?
That would be great. That would be great.
What's the plan for?
That would be great, and that's what we intend to do, because that's a more open space. And after 2:45, there is no children to be picked up in that area right there. It's just the parents will be able to pull up alongside of the school, and we'll be able to give them to their parents.
Okay, what are the hours that you intend to operate?
6 to 6.
And will most of the children be there for that time period?
No, children come in increments. So if we do have the infants and the preschoolers there, most of the times children are enrolled by the clock hours that their parents are working. And then they'll be picked up at the appropriate time. Before and after school, I intend that they will be coming from Marianne Winter Lane, which school lets out at 2:45. They need a place to go after that, where they will be safe until mom or dad or a guardian could pick them up. And we thought that that would be a great place to be, to further have them to do their homework and things like that, and then parents can pick them up at 6. So they will be
at the school, to a safe place for them to be until their parents can come get them is going to be where?
Right there at the daycare.
At your daycare?
Yes,
Okay.
because they're leaving Marianne Winter Lane at 2:45. We would have a staff member there at 2:30 to pick up, which normal people do that,
So you do after school?
before and after school care.
Okay. Are there children who need to, the infants, and is anybody leaving in the middle of the day, for example, leaving the daycare to go home?
Most children are leaving by 3:30, 4 o'clock that are full day children.
Okay. Those that are not full day?
Those that are not a full day, they will be leaving at 5:30, 6 o'clock. So you would think that the 2:45 hour to 5:45 or 6 o'clock.
And generally, how long would the infants be
Most
at your center?
Most infants are in care for 10 hours. Some parents pick their children up exactly at 8 hours. But with the child care subsidy right now, they are allotting 10 hours of a day for infants to 4-year-olds to be in care.
I'm just trying to make sure there are no gaps here. They're either going to, the children, when they're done, they're either going to stay at your center.
Yes.
And then be walked down to greet their parents for pickup.
Right.
But will there ever be any pickup at your location?
There will be pickup at the location, and that may be a doctor's appointment. And most of the residents that live in that area, they are older residents, and their cars stay parked. I have been there day and nighttime to see the activity. We do have working people that do work. And I do have a petition from the neighborhood stating that they would not have a problem with a child care center being there. They thought that it would be a great idea to have some of their grandchildren and other children to be there.
Is that sentiment expressed in writing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we're going to need that if you want us to consider.
Absolutely, absolutely. Here you are. Mm-hmm.
At the Marianne Winterling Elementary School,
Yes.
at dismissal time, for example, I imagine there's a line of buses that come up.
I have never seen buses because it's not the orange buses or anything like that. You just have families picking up their children or parents that walk to pick up the kids.
Is this a Baltimore City Public School?
Yes, it is. I see minivans that does transportation picking up children.
Thank you.
Can you remind us how many staff people are going to be on site at any given time?
Well, right now, we have 6 staff members, and to each, for the infants, we have 3 staff members. For the before and after school, we have 1, because we would be in ratio, we would only have 6 kids. Mm-hmm. And for the preschool, it would be 2 staff members and 1 aide.
So on site at any given time, how many people all together would be there?
It would be my family riding in the minivan.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how many parking spaces you need, because we need
right now
1 space per 4 employees. So it sounds like we might need 2 then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And there is, as I see here, there is off-street parking on Smallwood. And
On-street parking.
yes, and you have both of those sides clear in the daytime.
But there's no parking on site for your employees, or is there?
Yes, it is.
How many spaces?
It's in
Just
front of the
one?
door. I believe it's 1, but
Sorry, I mean like on the site itself, like in the backyard or something. Is there a parking space back there or nothing?
nothing.
Okay.
We would oppose to put playground activity
Got it.
equipment
Okay,
back.
so no parking on site, 2 spaces would be required for up to 8 staff on site at any given time. Okay.
Yes.
Just for the board's knowledge, then it's 2 spaces instead of 1 is in your notes.
One of the reasons I asked about the, whether or not you have an agreement in writing with at least the principal of the school, to the extent she's able to authorize that, in this written authorization from the principal with regard to use of the playground. There's an express acknowledgement there.
Yes.
That while that your center would be responsible for supervision of the
Yes,
children
that's what
while
we
on the playground.
discussed. Yes.
It seemed to me from the standpoint of the school, particularly where it's a little more dangerous because there's traffic when there's drop off and pickup, that there would be some understanding or written communication that your center is also responsible for the children, frankly, anytime they're on that premises.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, you say absolutely, but we don't have that.
I understand.
And I'm just wondering again, as a public Baltimore City school, who has the authority to grant that permission? I mean, do you know? Whether or not, I understand the principal has written this, but the principal can't be out there monitoring all the time and
Well, I would for drop off and pick up, there are corners on both sides. So I oppose that my staff could be there on the corner to pick up children. I have not seen where there has been any crazy driving where people look like I think it's well orchestrated down there, and I've watched it. And even my children at the other facility, some of the children go to that school. So we go and pick up from there as well. So we do have a pickup spot for the existing daycare that we pick up right there at the corner.
I'm curious why you chose this particular site for a child care center.
That's a good question. The reason why I thought that this would be a good place because we're closer to the school. The same principal that runs this school used to run Lockham and Bundy School. And we had a very good rapport there. And the existing daycare has flourished so well with the community and advocating for the community, as well as being a pillar of hope for the community with children. I thought that getting another facility close by would not hurt the community. It would do a justice for the community because there is a great need for childcare.
What about this particular house? I think the challenge right now is it's a center row home on a residential street, which just makes it tough to imagine a business that serves 30 families not disrupting. Like, I totally hear what you're saying about the relationships you've built with the neighbors and the experience on the street. But that's typically sort of I'm just curious about why a residential house in the middle of a residential street for a 30 children facility?
Well, as I said before, I just thought that that would be a contribute to the neighborhood. I don't think that it has hindered anyone or upset anyone at this point. And of course, the children will be dropped off and picked up at different times. So I don't think that it would oppose a issue if we have off-street parking on Smallwood and Bentlow, as well as Primrose. If there's a spot open and the residents are at work, I don't see why a parent can't pull in that spot, pick the child up, and be gone. It doesn't take but 5 minutes to get a child together and get them out the door.
Let me ask this question.
Yes, sir.
In your current facility,
Yes.
were you placed in the hands of the Transportation Division to help you solve your pickup and delivery problems at that location?
No, we have a great pickup and drop off there because it's on Pulaski Street.
So
It's 310 Pulaski Street.
and you did not need the Department of Transportation to get involved to check the actual location?
No, I haven't. I have reached out to them for other things, such as the speed bumps. I have reached out to them and spoke to Miss Caroline in reference to that.
My assumption, would you not think it better to talk to them now about this center location building to see if they just can come and give you some general ideas of what, I think what the chairman is saying is, there's a big liability in the handoff and pickup of the kids even 3 minutes away. And it's who takes responsibility for the liability of your children at that point. That can cause confusion. But if the transportation department could come in and give some sort of guidance that could allow you to have, I mean, they may come in and say, well, we can do all the traffic calming and all the stuff we need to do up around the corner and give you a curb cut here and something there, that all your folks have to do is walk them to that corner and there'll be a place for the parents to come in. But you gotta talk to them first and ask, is there something you can help me with? School saying they will help us transfer the kids at their location, but it still leaves that, who takes them on the handoff? Who's responsible after the handoff? That's all I'm saying.
So when you say who's responsible after the handoff from the parents, of course, the center would be liable because we hold the license for the children to be there in that facility. So all responsibility lies upon the licensure who has the facility. That's this.
I understand that part of it, and I'm not trying to be difficult with this.
No. I don't think that at all.
The question arises is, I guess I should have asked it kind of backwards. The public school has had a conversation with the transportation department about what happens at that site right now.
Okay.
So now you're gonna add 30 kids to that already designed for what they say each day they see coming through that traffic block. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
It may just be common sense to have a conversation with the transportation department.
Okay.
To see, and let them know the layout, and see what they say should or should not be done, or could not be done.
Okay.
Often as the, God bless you, as the, when planning sort of looks at an application and approves it, assuming the applicant is willing to talk to DOT and get some clarity with regard to pickup and drop off. The thing that concerns me about this, one, is that it's away from the location. Two, it's in the area where you've got people dropping off their kids for public school. So you have parents that are going to that location to drop their kids off for a private facility. And maybe it ultimately comes down to insurance, right? Who's covering whom? But I would imagine the city Department of Education or the Board of Education would want to know that they've given authority for folks from a private facility to be in that area for purposes of drop-off and pickup. That's like one of the most important things we look at for a daycare facility. And that's, for example, if you said 80% of the kids that we expect to come there live in the neighborhood and will walk there from their homes, that's one thing. But if we're still relying on parents to bring them anywhere near, close to the location for handoff to your center, to the extent it involves other property, that's the concern that I raise, and whether or not the principal, as the head of that school, sort of has the authority to grant that permission. For example, I could imagine them being intermingled with parents that are dropping their kids off at a public school.
So let me ask you this. If we would have parents to be picked up on Smallwood, which is an off-street parking, kids to be picked up there, most of the kids in the neighborhood is my clients, most of them. Most of the kids from the school is the clients of Fruits of the Spirit. Most of my staff are aware that we could walk down and pick the children up and take them to the facility. At the facility that I have now, we have 2 parents that drive. The rest of our parents are the neighborhood parents, and their children are the children of the children and the children of the children, and that's the way we have been getting our business for years. I used the school for alternate. Say if in fact we have like 2 or 3 parents that need to drop off, then we know to go down there to pick them up. Otherwise, we do have a slew of neighborhood children that we supply the need for. Mostly, I want to say, as I said before, we only have 2 parents that drive. Everybody else walks from Lexington Street, Smallwood, Monroe. They walk to bring their children to school. And some of the parents that I do that have that drive, they work for the Planned Parenthood or the Total Health Care, and they drop their kids off because they drive to work.
Okay. Are you suggesting another location on Smallwood as a drop-off and pickup?
I would suggest that. I stated,
Well,
I'm sorry.
and I appreciate the additional suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also a little concerned that that's another suggestion, as
Okay.
opposed to, this is how we planned it out, this is where it's going to be, these are the protocols, we've complied with whatever Board of Public Education, Board of Public Schools needs.
And I did put in writing what I opposed to for the staffing and the parking, if you would like to see it.
If it's helpful for consideration of it, then yes.
Okay.
We want to have it in the record. One question, though.
Mm-hmm.
You said, this is a family-run business. You'll
Yes.
be carpooling, the staff will be carpooling in a van.
Yes.
Are you utilizing the same staff at your other facility that you'll be utilizing at the new facility?
We have a whole different staff around there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're not pulling employees from one site
So
to the
we
other?
have some aunties and some grandmas and some other people that will be working at that facility.
But when you mention up to about 8 employees or staff, that will
No,
be at this
6.
location?
6, yes, sir.
That will be at this location that you're here for?
Yes, mm-hmm.
And I just remind me, one of the questions that Ms. Witt asked is, how many children will be on site at most at any one time?
That's a good question because we don't.
me ask.
Yeah, that's a good question. We don't know what the staffing, what the enrollment would be. We're asking for 30 kids. We may not get 30 kids. It depends on who is marketable in that area to be able to acquire the children. A lot of the times we ask for 30 kids. You may not get 30 kids, you may get 25 kids to service your facility or to be there at that particular
The goal is 30.
Yes.
The goal is 30, and you'll
Yes.
continue to advertise and market
Yes.
until you reach capacity, right?
We would try, yes, sir.
Okay, so we can assume for the purposes of the application, 30 kids will be there. We have to assume that because we don't want to
I understand.
guess
Yes.
that it'll be fewer.
Would you like to see this?
Yeah, you can hand that up.
Okay.
Ms. Witt, we often, with regard to daycare situations, again, we have approved them, conditioned upon the applicant's, agreement that they will go and talk to DOT and provide pickup and drop off. And my recollection and my experience since I've been chair is that in those situations, at least we've established where it's going to be and that there are safe locations. Do we ever require that we hear from DOT regarding this particular site? No, because who knows?
No, so it's actually parking authority that comes and decides whether or not a specific area is a good candidate for what's essentially a loading zone between certain hours. So usually that's what we do, is ask people to reach out to the parking authority to see if on some place adjacent to the property there could be a loading zone added. This, I think, would be way outside of what parking authority would interest itself in. And yeah, I don't think we've seen anything quite like this before. I think to put a condition on the daycare that says that they have to find an off-site place to then walk to the location is kind of an interesting condition that we haven't considered before. It would then apply to any future daycare owner at this location. I'm not sure that we could say that it would have to be at the school, because if the school says you can't do it anymore, then the daycare can't operate anymore, and that would be
And if the
a
school
problem.
says you can't do it now, which I don't really know.
Right.
And the parking is tied to staff, correct? The
Parking is
ratio.
tied to staff. Mhm.
Because I'm sort of the opinion that I'm less concerned about, for personally, the parking, and more concerned about the 30 children in a 2-story row house. I've looked at the floor plans. They're going to use the basement as well. But that's my concern, is it's a large request that we normally see for properties like this used as daycares, so.
In the past, we've approved daycares, but for a lesser number than what was requested.
May I say something?
Sure.
As she stated, they did give me a drop-off and pickup at 310.
Who gave you?
The parking authority.
At your other location.
Yes. At the parking authority, you can contact them for a drop-off and pickup in front of the facility. And they will approve or not approve it. I know that is a fact.
Yeah.
So,
like I said, I'm personally less concerned with the pickup and drop off.
Yes.
I know a lot of families walk, or they
Yeah.
it sorts itself out.
Yeah.
Because of this timing of when people are dropping off. But like I said, my sticking point is the 30 children. And so would you consider requesting fewer than 30 today?
Absolutely. If I could get 25, that would be great, because that's what the other facility has.
Albeit at a different location that has demonstrated that it can work with that number.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And it has been since 2012. And we have not had any incidents or anything like that. And my staff has did the same very thing that we intend to do now, which will be responsible to pick the children up and bring them over to the facility if in fact they are before and after school children. There is right there in front of 310 North Pulaski Street, there is a posted sign stating the drop-off time, which would be from 7:30 to 9.
And do you have staggered drop-offs?
We do have staggered drop-offs there. And of course, again, our children are in the area. Most of the residents there have their children at our facility. And further up Pulaski, they have the children there and they walk them down.
Okay. Would you consider starting off at 15 children?
It's just a fundamentally different street from Pulaski Street.
I understand.
It's narrower, primarily residential, whereas on Pulaski Street you have some non-residential uses on that other side of the street and some
Could we do 20 with staggering times of pickup?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I said, would it be okay to do 20 with staggering times of pickup?
I think I'm certainly more comfortable with 20 than 30.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to add? Anything you have there that you think might be helpful but haven't given us?
Okay. What do we have here? No, not at this time, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for your presentation, and we'll go ahead and decide this one now. All right, so we're here on 2025-001, 2215 Penrose Avenue, with a request to use the premises as a daycare center, adult or child requiring conditional use in off-street parking variance approval. With regard to the conditional use daycare, talk through the issue and express concerns about the number of children to be serviced. But in following the required findings that we have to make, would the location, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare? I think no. We have an experienced operator who has looked at a number of factors, including the fact that a number of children will be walking from the neighborhood to attend. There is at least a tentative drop-off and pickup plan down the street at or near the public school. But to the extent the applicant is, as she has done with the other location, requests from parking authority an established drop-off and pickup, that would go a long way to supporting the safety of that. And I believe the applicant will agree to do that.
Absolutely, I would.
And I think we can make that a condition as a condition of granting the conditional use. And so we would need evidence back from parking authority as to
I can
what they've
contact
said.
Ms. Connie on tomorrow.
Okay. The conditional use is not precluded by any other law.
the authorization for the conditional use is not contrary to the public interest, and I believe the authorization for this conditional use would be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the code. I think the mitigating any danger, because we just don't know, 30 is a large number, but I would say 20 children at tops is what we would give that authority for. And in reference to the Schultz v. Pritt standard, to the extent there are any adverse impacts associated with this particular conditional use, I don't believe those impacts would be any greater or above and beyond those which you'd normally have with the operation of a daycare center anywhere else within this district. So as to the conditional use, I'm a yes for 20 children with the condition that applicant get confirmation, yay or nay, from parking authority as to whether they can place an official pickup and drop-off location for this center. As to the variance for parking, we see that there is no parking available on site. There's no place to even build parking if one needed it. And so the nature of the site doesn't allow for it. So I think that makes it unique with respect to a parking variance. There's a practical difficulty of complying with the obligation to provide 2 parking spaces given the size, shape, and makeup of the actual premises. That practical difficulty is caused by the code and not by anything the applicant has done or not done. And the purpose of the parking variance is clearly not based exclusively on the desire to increase the value or income potential of the property. The variance requested, I believe, would not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of any other property. The applicant is seeking to allow to have de minimis impact for traffic on that street and other property owners. The variance, I believe, is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the city code, and I don't believe the variance would otherwise be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or be in any way contrary to the public interest. So I'm a yes for the parking variance as well.
I'm a yes to the conditional approval and the variance.
I agree, I'm conditional approval, yes, and the parking authority designated drop-off spot.
Thank you. Conditional approval, yes. Parking variance, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
So
you.
that is 4 votes in favor of the use with 20 children maximum, correct, for everyone? And parking authority, okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
You all have a wonderful evening.
You too, ma'am. Case number 2025-002, 2916 West Strathmore Avenue, AA Construction.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. This is a request to construct a rear addition on the first floor and basement requiring variances to bulk regulations, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get the witness sworn, please.
You swear or affirm that the perjury that you give in statements that you truthful, the truth? Yeah.
All right, hear from staff and planning.
All right, this is a proposed rear addition on the first floor and basement requiring 1 variance, maximum lot coverage, 25% is allowed, 33% is proposed to be an 8% variance. Planning does not have a report on this appeal.
Okay. Okay, sir, tell us about your project and in particular, talk to us about uniqueness and practical difficulty requiring or supporting your effort to get variances here.
Yeah, so this is in a suburban setting. The addition is entirely in the rear, which would not be visible from the street. Yeah, it's a growing family, and they're just looking to add space in the most efficient way possible.
That's one of the other areas of the code that is not particularly helpful to growing families. Because we have to focus on the nature of the property itself, the shape, the size, how it's constructed, because that's a similar situation a lot of folks are in. That want a bigger house. We want to stay in the city. We love staying in the city, but we need more house, and it makes it logical. It's logical sense to add on to ours to accommodate growing families, so that you don't have residents that leave, and you can maintain that base here in the city.
Right. So, I mean, it is quite minor. I think they're asking for like an 8% variance just to accommodate
Something that probably the zoning administrator could have approved before sending it to us.
Yeah, sorry, we're having a private mid-hearing issue, but yeah, that would be within the minor variance maximum. I think right now it's up to 10% would be a minor variance, but we do still have to apply uniqueness regardless of whether it's a minor or a major variance. So
I think the debate. I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut off. The debate was either to add a second floor or to try to keep it all on one level. There's only one other house on the block that has a second floor. The rest of them are the original stone fronts, all single level. So they're also trying to stick to the, stay uniform with the rest of the block.
Are there any issues associated with elevation on the property, or different
Flat.
elevations?
Nope, flat lot.
Flat lot. Let me see what it says here.
Becky, they could go up as a matter of right, is that correct?
It seems that way, yeah. I mean, they have a 35-foot maximum, but that usually easily covers a two-story residence. So if it's a question of we would prefer to keep it one story and go back instead of going up by right, I guess the board would have to decide if that's simply like an aesthetic or design choice as opposed to an actual uniqueness that would require a variance.
I'm trying to square the variance requirements with the request here.
Exactly, yeah. So for variances, we need to find there's something unique about the lot. Maybe it's size or shape, topography, or something unique about the structure that makes this the only place where you could possibly build. There needs to be something intrinsic to the property itself and not to the people living in the property.
Yeah, so it's not about the size of the family. It's got to be related to the structure of surrounding land. That makes it impossible or difficult to build somewhere else that wouldn't require a variance. So if they went up, stay within the footprint of the house but went up, they wouldn't require. Let's see, what are they looking for?
Yeah, that would not require a variance.
It would, as long as it's under 35 feet, it would not require a variance.
Yeah. Have you considered, or have the applicant considered, well, what is it you're proposing to do? Are you going out further?
Yep.
Okay.
Just straight back.
Is it possible to get the space you need by adding a second level within the footprint?
No, so they would need to go back and up, which at that point becomes cost prohibitive. The existing footprint is very small. It's 30 feet deep.
Okay.
But if they went up and back, it would not require probably the same lot coverage variance, right?
Correct.
Because because the variance is small, you could probably fit a similar square footage within the buildable amount of space if you did go up.
Yes. Yeah, but like I said, with then replacing the roof structure as well as adding a foundation, it just becomes cost prohibitive.
Well, I'm looking at the application and that, of course, doesn't give us any additional advice about anything unique about the property. Part of what we're also trying to do is, even though you don't have anybody arguing against it, if it were to be reviewed by the appellate court, there's certain findings we got to make and the facts have to be there.
Do the standards change at all being a minor variance or
Well,
just with the
no,
requesting?
because if the variance comes to us, we have to apply the variance standards. One of the things of this sort of, there's a word people use for it, mental, but I'm not going to say that. Yeah, gymnastics is a better word. Is that zoning administrator has the authority to approve minor variances, but simply doesn't, and sends them all to us. We've actually discussed possibly in the future having some kind of mandate that they rule up to their authority, or that office rules up to its authority, but again, it's here. And so basically, Ms. Witt, how does it, when it comes in, does it always pass by the zoning administrator?
Yes.
Yeah. Sort of like this. Don't even look at them.
Tell me about the addition. So I'm looking at the floor plans, but it might be helpful for you to sort of describe like what's changing in the basement, what's changing in the first floor.
Okay, the first floor, so the first floor currently has 3 bedrooms. It would end up with 5. The basement would have an office, and just to clarify how they're going, there's, I think, 7 children, 2 sets of twins, and then 3 regular ones.
2 sets of twins.
So, they'd be adding, I think, 5 bedrooms on the first floor total, and then 2 additional bedrooms in the basement with a play area. So they would need, with the floor plan on the first floor, they would need to go back almost as far, staying within the variance, but additionally add a second floor to get those bedrooms. But those last few feet are what would cut off 2 bedrooms pretty much and force them to do an entire second floor. Which I don't know if hardship is one of the requirements, but it definitely increases the cost by something like 40-50%.
I mean, hardship is something we can consider to a degree because they're not.
Yeah, that clearly is a hardship, except for squeezing everybody into the footprint that you already have, which is the situation they're facing.
Correct.
Let me ask it a little different way. So when we're talking about the hardship of going up and out, there's the cost, but you mentioned something about like having to change the foundation of the building. Like walk me through like why as a contractor you wouldn't recommend going up, not out. Or you wouldn't recommend going up?
I'll rephrase a little bit. I think I might have been misunderstood.
So you're the contractor, correct?
No, I meant I'll rephrase a little bit.
Okay.
Not that we'd have to change their existing foundation. We would have to add the basement foundation for the rear addition, which we're doing already. And then on top of that, we would also have to replace the entire roof structure with a floor system and build the whole second floor. That's what I meant by the cost being, almost 50% more. 'Cause you're absorbing the cost of going back and then on top of that, building a second floor. It's more efficient for them to use, to keep it on one level than when you do a second floor, you have the stairwells and just different contributing factors.
Yeah, I think what I was asking was like, on this particular house, is there something that would preclude building a second story beyond cost and beyond cost?
We would have to inspect the foundation before that. I can't say that I've done that under oath.
Okay.
So I'm a little confused. So if you went up with the second floor, you said you still have to go out some,
Correct.
so why?
Gain the same square footage. To give them what they're trying to accomplish with the same square footage. The footprint of the house doubled, is less than what they're gaining by going back right now.
Okay.
I think something that the board has to consider for this case and every variance case is, just as a thought experiment, if you were applying for a similar thing for the next property over or the next one down the block, wouldn't the same argument apply all the way down?
I think so, because if you, let's say they're similarly built, but they'll have similar issues. In order to get larger space for a larger family, this is what we have to do. But again, we're relegating that to who's in it versus the nature of the property itself. It's constructed like other properties are constructed, so there's no necessarily unique kind of construction associated with it, like I don't know, stone wall or something. I don't know.
The lots appear to be the same
Yeah,
size.
the lots are similar sizes.
Similar topography from what we understand.
Yeah, so unfortunately, what I see in the record is no material evidence of a uniqueness that would give rise to the reason or the need. Never been so openly dissed. Other than the family wanting more space. And again, that's something that everybody wants or would like to have. I am just having difficulty finding uniqueness
I am too.
under any argument. Well, let me ask you. You've heard a lot of folks get postponements today, but it's fair for us to throw it out to you because I know that the uniqueness that we're looking for was not reflected in the application in response to that specific question, and it's maybe causing you to sort of think again on the fly as to, is there anything really about the house?
What I've been doing. Yeah.
If you want the opportunity to explore whether there's anything else you can tell us,
Okay.
because I know how important it is to your, to the applicant.
Sure.
And you want to explore it fully.
Would there be any type of examples you could give of what might make a property, what might constitute
What
unique?
you do,
Yeah.
maybe you could reach out to the zoning office to find out if there's anyone in the area who does these kinds of things and
That could represent you.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for me. I can't recommend specific people, but there are people who professionals who present these kinds of cases, and they're familiar with the standards, and that might be helpful to you. And we do have a video that describes the standards in a little more detail. I think the kinds of things that we've been looking for are things like lot shape, lot size, topography, something historical about the structure, that kind of stuff.
Right.
But it really totally depends on each property. Each property is very different. So sometimes a property narrows toward the back in a way that means that they can't meet the side lot setback or something. That's an example of a situation where the board could approve a variance. Here, we're just struggling on that. But that's not to say that there couldn't be something unique about it that we just are not being presented with right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess we'll take that postponement as well.
Okay, and,
All right.
and let Ms. Wood's office know when you're ready to come back with additional evidence, and we'll hear it.
Will do. Thank you for
so
time.
much. Now the last one now. Okay. 22-318, 130 South Durham Street, Eden No, is a request to construct a second-story rear addition on existing first floor requiring variances to bulk regulations, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Let's get the witness sworn, please.
You swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the answers that you give in the statements that you make will be true, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I hear from staff and planning.
So the request is to construct a second-story rear addition. Let's see, and a small first-story rear addition as well, first and second. Two requests here: maximum lot coverage, 80% is allowed, 87% is proposed with the addition. From our calculations, 82% exists already, which would already be over the maximum lot coverage. So 7% variance would be requested to go up to 87%. Minimum rear yard, 20 feet is required, 6.5 feet is proposed. From our calculations, again, 8.5 feet exists already. So it'd be a 13.5 foot variance for the 6.5 feet that are proposed for the rear yard. It's our understanding that the appellant has already begun this addition, at least partially. There is lots of opposition in the file from community members. And just for the board's understanding, the existing house, as I mentioned during the relief requested section, seems to be non-conforming already with respect to the two bulk regulations that the variances have been submitted for. With respect to the existing rear yard, again, 20 feet is required. They have less than half of that already. And lot coverage, it's a smaller nonconformity, but it still exists. So rear yard addition would increase the nonconformity of the existing structure for both of the bulk regulations that the variances have been requested for. Under 18403, a nonconforming structure may not be expanded if the expansion would create a new nonconformity or increase the degree of any nonconformity. Let's see here. I just wanted to.
Becky, do we know when the nonconformity occurred?
Oh, we do not.
We do not.
No. I also, on top of the neighbors' opposition, I did get a letter of opposition from Councilman Glover, and I have that in the file, which I'll pass out. I printed it out. It's not in the file that you have, and I'll grab it and pass it out.
And let me just ask, is there anyone here in opposition? Okay, so I'm going to need you to stand up, and because we want to get everybody who may testify sworn before you have to speak.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the answers that you give in the statements that you make will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you state and then spell your full name?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Can you state and then spell your full name?
Yes, it's Mark Hoffman, Hoffman.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, so as mentioned on this appeal, there is already a nonconformity in both the rear yard where 8.5 feet exists and 20 is required, and the lot coverage 82% where 80 is allowed. So of course, under 18403, a variance cannot be authorized if it would expand the degree of nonconformity. Excuse me. which would happen in this case. So because of 18403, planning recommends disapproval of the appeal.
To go back to Mr. Bonaventure's question, this is an alley house, so all the houses are very, very small. And so a 20-foot rear yard for an alley house is just not,
Okay.
it was built that way, basically. I assume, unless there's been some previous addition that I don't have a record of.
And the UFPIA's letter is in our file, right?
I believe it is. We have opposition from, yes, it's in there. From two neighbors and the Upper Fells Point Improvement Association as well. And there is one letter of support as well in the file.
All right. Okay, Ms. No?
Yes, yes.
How you doing?
Hello, nice to see you, sir. So I am here to ask for a zoning variance for the house at 130 South Durham Street. The lot itself is 11 by 47.6, which in itself is a very small lot. It's about 522 square feet. The original house, excuse me, I'm sorry about that. The original house on the ASTAT shows that it was 836 square feet, and it was built in 1900. There is actually really no evidence that it was ever remodeled from 1900, so the house is in very poor condition, very rundown, not habitable, not rentable. Really, the house itself was just falling apart, basically. And so the original structure itself, if you do the calculation for the 836, which is what was built, it, like Ms. Witt says, was already non-conforming. So the original structure was about 11 by 39. So it had a setback of, I believe, like 8.6 or something like that. So the variance that I'm asking for is 7%, which is the 87, but the original structure itself actually is 82%. So the house at minimum would, as is already 82%. So 2%, I guess, over the 80% allowed. So at 39, if we just build up, just up straight, it would still be a very small rear bedroom. So that's why we are asking for the additional, essentially for the first story, it would be 2 feet, and then it would be actually 2 feet on the first floor, and going straight up, it would, remain at the 6.6 rear setback. Many of these homes in the early 1900s were very small, and they were just built to substandards, including, the kitchen and the bathroom were very substandard. I have asked my neighbors directly to the left of me, to the right of me, and to the rear of me. So my neighbor at 132 South Durham, which is the neighbor that had sent in the letter of support, he supports my remodeling because he also would like to remodel his home eventually. And the neighbor on the right of me, it's actually a garage. So I've contacted him many times, and he really doesn't care because he doesn't even live there. It's just a garage, and he stores motorcycles there. And to the rear of me is actually a rental property at 121 South Ann Street. So because he's a rental, and I think he's also maybe just, maybe thinking about selling or whatnot. So he also has not responded. Those are my immediate neighbors. This home from the front, there would be no change from the front. So the rear the rear addition actually wouldn't even be visible from the front. It also has no alley. It also it also is just closed off from the front, so the rear itself would not be visible. So it really, I am surprised that a lot of these neighbors are against it because it would not affect their homes at all, since this home would not be constructed would not be visible from wherever they live, because the only people that it would be visible from is literally my neighbor to the left, the right, and the rear. So the property is unique, I would argue, because the original home itself is actually non-conforming. So, I can't make the house smaller per se, I guess, since the original structure itself was at 39 feet. And so even though I'm asking for a 7% variance, since the original structure was at 82, I mean, technically it should be 5% because the structure is already there. And if you do the math, it actually only adds 66 square feet. So it's really not like a huge modification to the home. It even completed, it would just literally be a 2-story, 2-bedroom, 1-bath row home, and the square footage would be about 900 square feet. So even at 900, it wouldn't be considered large at any level. And the reason that I'm asking for the variance again is because it's very difficult to find tenants or anybody actually who wants to live in a home that's just a 1-bedroom, because it becomes very expensive and it's very difficult for people to just shoulder that cost. So if it's a 2-bedroom home, then it definitely adds to sharing the cost, and the home itself is small already, so it's not really it's not like I could have like a large family there to begin with. Regardless, it would only be able to support a small family or 2 people. I know that there's a lot of people in Baltimore City who are trying to rent, because I get calls all the time asking if I have anything that's 2 bedrooms or bigger that they can rent from me. I also live in Baltimore City and my kids go to Baltimore City. So I understand that, maybe like a lot of people don't want a lot of the row homes to get larger in size, but at the same time, I honestly do believe that it would be very difficult for all these very small row homes to have the 20-foot variance, considering that the lot itself is only 47.6. That would mean that the home would only be 27 feet deep. And that would just be uninhabitable. So like I said, the uniqueness of this property is that it had never been remodeled since the 1900 when it was originally built, and that it already had a non-conforming shape to begin with. And since the lot is very, very small, I'm just praying for the 7%, so that the building could be a little bit bigger.
Just so I'm clear, this is going to be a rental property?
It'll most likely be a rental. I mean, because I live in the city, I don't just flip homes, because that's not really my interest in just making a lot of money at the beginning. It's more like I actually want to provide more housing for people, because there are so many people in the city who are looking to rent. And I live in the same zip code, 21231, so I really am familiar, and I'm within like walking distance from this house. So I do know that, a lot of people are looking for a 2-bedroom, and many of these homes, when they're really, even at 39, most of them are just 1 bedroom. And I think there's less demand for one bedrooms just all universally because most people want to offset the cost because it's very cost prohibitive if I build a 1-story and and just try to rent it out for like the maximum I can get because a 2-bedroom actually actually only rents for a little bit more, but it actually helps people to find a roommate or whatnot so that they can share the cost.
I'm looking at the data sheet here. It says the owner is Emma.
Yes, they're my children.
Petrovich?
Yes,
Okay,
they're my children.
okay.
Actually, one is now an adult, but she's still my child. And she goes to University of Maryland, so and she goes to the nursing school. So a lot of her friends, nursing students, are looking for homes in the city. But like I said, it is very difficult for them to find something affordable.
And you've done no renovations to this house. The way it sits on the lot.
The way it's just the only renovation I did was I did try to. The initial permit that I got was didn't encompass like the second story, and so the issue really was the second story because the original second story was only I believe it was only like 35 feet deep, and so I was actually just trying to add it to the first story, but they wanted me to get the zoning approval because the original building itself was non-conforming, so I had to get a zoning approval regardless of if I want to do any kind of modification. Yeah, it would have just been mandatory.
That was what was interesting is in looking at the zoning card, the addition that you're building on top of was actually added in 57.
Oh, I don't know.
1-story rear addition to dwelling approved in 1957.
Well,
Thought I'd know that.
I don't have, when I look at the records, it only shows me the original structure of 19.
The reason I bring that up is to just be clear is that we have to think about if something is already non-conforming, we try not to make it more non-conforming. So there's that, and that's why you're here for the variance. That
I understand.
Triggers. There are a lot of concerns from the neighborhood that I thought, should we start now and then let opposition speak, or how would you like to?
Go ahead, make it. Let's point it out.
So one of the things that you mentioned is that the home is unique because it has never been renovated, which now we know is not true. And then also, what was the second one that you said? I can't remember.
That the original structure was non-conforming.
Oh, yeah,
that
because of the lot size.
Yeah.
Talk to me about some of the concerns around the so to be clear, the permit that you pulled did not include building a second-story addition.
Yes.
And then you commenced construction anyway?
So I had gotten the permit, but it was actually for, it was for actually remodeling the interior.
Yep.
And then when we got to the second floor, I wanted actually just to kind of have the second story be literally like,
cover the square footage.
Yeah, to cover the square footage of the first floor.
Addition.
Yeah.
Correct. I understand that.
Yeah. So that was what.
But you still need to permit your work.
Yes.
And so you completed a second-story addition without permitted work. And the reason why this is important is because one of the concerns raised by the neighbor is an issue with a retaining wall, and that it was showing signs that it might be, structurally in peril. And that if you had gotten permitted to construct the second story, that would have triggered an inspection?
No, that wouldn't have. Just the way the inspections work is first the building would have to get built, and then before the retaining wall would have.
No. But the thing about it is that they're not going to come and inspect the retaining wall unless you permit it. Does that make sense? I mean, you've done a lot of construction because
Yeah.
that's in the record. So, and
Yes.
so have I.
Yes.
So you go and get permitted
Yes.
to do something, and then the inspector comes back and looks at the work that was permitted.
Yes.
But the challenge is that the complaint is coming about from unpermitted work. So therefore, had you, let's say, made the decision to pull a permit to do second story work and not address this retaining wall because you were like, it's fine. Then the inspector would come back and inspect it and then say, yes, it's fine.
Yes.
And that the neighbor's concerns are unwarranted or unfounded. Or they would say, you've constructed a second story on a retaining wall or next to a retaining wall that looked unstable. And then they would not issue approval for the work. You've sort of bypassed that opportunity for everybody's concerns about the safety of your rear addition because you did unpermitted work. And so that's sort of where, like, you're asking us to approve something that you decided to do without a permit.
So the original home did have a small second story. So that retaining wall was already existing. So I didn't build another retaining wall.
No, I understand that.
Yeah. So it wasn't like the retaining wall that is of concern was the original retaining wall for the original building.
Mm-hmm.
So that part was actually just not touched at all, basically. But yes, I mean, I understand where the concern is in regards to some of the building without a permit.
Are the other houses on your street mostly occupied or not occupied?
A lot of them are occupied. The one directly to the right of me is a garage, so he just uses that for storage. The one on the rear, I believe, currently is unoccupied. I believe he's maybe remodeling it. The one on the left is occupied, and that is the landlord is the one who had written the letter of support. The other homes in the in that block, I think most of them are occupied. I'm not sure if they're 100% occupied, but I think the majority are occupied. And I do believe, the majority of the homes do need to be remodeled, but it's just so cost prohibitive right now to fix anything that I think a lot of people are just living as is, even though the conditions are probably subpar.
Mm-hmm. And I bring that up because what would you say the total square footage of your house is without the addition that you added?
Without the
like as built.
Yeah, as built, it was 836.
Okay.
Yeah, 836.
So it's one of the bigger houses on the block.
That I'm not really sure, actually. I don't know. I know a lot of the homes there they all have the same lot, like I think they're mostly 11 by 47.
The lots look about the same. The houses vary slightly.
Yeah, the houses do vary slightly. So I'm not exactly sure about the square footage of the other homes in that area. But this home originally was 836, and even with the addition, it would only add 66 square feet to the home. So it is definitely like a minor variance. And like I said, it's because the original structure itself was non-conforming.
Okay. I'm just having a hard time finding anything unique about the property.
What is your response to, do you agree that the addition that you're seeking to build, or partially already did, would be an expansion of nonconformity?
It would be by 66, square feet. The thing is, since the original structure itself was at 39, I guess like my mind can't wrap around exactly. I can't make the structure conforming at this point, like in terms
No,
of
you
having
can't.
a
You can't.
20-foot setback or whatever.
So but you agree that if you did nothing, you would not be expanding the nonconformity, right?
That I would not be. I mean, if I did nothing, the house would just be vacant and not livable.
Put aside the vacancy,
Yeah.
but in terms of, for purposes of conforming or non-conforming, it's already non-conforming.
It is already non-conforming.
Any addition, or the addition you have partially made and intend to make, would be an expansion of that nonconformity, right? How could it not be?
How could it not be? Okay, so if the board says that I have to, have the building as is, meaning currently it has like a 8-foot setback or whatever. The non-conforming structure itself is at 39. So at the very minimum, it would have to be at 39 so that, and then if the board approves 39, then I could go up vertically. Does that make sense?
No, because I think what you're saying is that you're assuming that matching the existing footprint keeps you non-conforming. And we're saying what we have to do is imagine that non-conforming doesn't exist previously, right? And that you're still asking for, but I think you kind of see.
Well, but to continue to expand the non-conforming
Yeah.
use would be to lessen the backyard, increase the variance. I think if she went, again, this is, we're discussing, I think if you go up, you may not, and I'm looking at Becky, you may not be increasing the non-conformity.
So, you are creating a new nonconformity, or you are actually increasing. So each level needs to meet the setback, whether it's on the ground being a rear yard or above that. The 20-foot rear yard applies to each level of the house all the way up. So if the second floor were okay if it were 20 feet back from the rear yard, going up to where the first floor is would create a new nonconformity, basically.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
So with nonconforming structures, you can repair what exists. You can renovate interior as much as you want for zoning purposes, but you cannot expand to create a new nonconformity or to increase the degree of nonconformity. This is something that has come up before, obviously, as you all know. Previously, there used to be a provision that specifically said, unless you grant a variance, in which case the board could consider the variance standards. It's not in the code anymore, it was removed. And so there is a bill that would put it back in, but that bill has not even been heard by committee yet, so we can't consider it to be the law at this point. So it's not that the board is saying that you have to make the building conforming. The building can stay non-conforming under its previous approvals, but the non-conformity can't be increased, and you can't add any additional non-conformity to the existing ones.
So is there anything you're seeking to do that would not increase the size of the current nonconformity or not create a new nonconformity?
So because the original structure itself is non-conforming, in order for me to just pull a permit, it would start the zoning process. So meaning, if I try to pull a permit stating the original structure is 39 square feet, and let's say I want to put it back into what it was, which is 39, and then the second story was originally 35, so then I would still need a zoning approval in order to even get a permit for that, because the building itself is non-conforming, so it just kicks off the zoning immediately because the original was non-conforming.
Any addition
does that make sense?
Any addition is going to come to us The question is whether we can approve that addition under the code.
And that's why I continue to ask you what you're seeking to do, or what you have already done, expands the existing nonconformity or creates a new nonconformity.
Then, by that standard, I would like to request the board to keep it at the 82, which does not increase or decrease since the original was 82, so that I could at least pull a permit. Because if it's not set at 82 because it's non-conforming, it just sets off the...
I don't think you're understanding. So you're trying to build a second story. That's why you're here today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what Ms. Witt was describing is that imagine that all of these things even exist in space. So even if you were to build a second story, only, like, if your second story met the setback, then your first floor, but that's, well, the first floor of the original structure, the conforming structure.
Well, I don't know that it was ever necessarily conforming.
Well, then I think the question she's answering that I can't answer is there a scenario where a second story could be approved and be conforming? And I'm not seeing it.
How far is the existing second story from the rear lot line? How far back does it go?
The original?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was 35 from the original.
So,
I mean,
it's a
35 from the front.
35 from the front. So how far was it from the back, though?
Wait, I need to do the math. 35, about 12.
So the existing second floor is non-conforming. If it's 12 feet setback right now, because it's supposed to be 20. So you can't expand the second floor or the first floor because it would be it would be going into that, it'd be increasing the amount of nonconformity essentially. Unless and until that part of the code is changed, and it could be changed, it probably will be changed. But I would recommend that the board not postpone to let the law be changed. That could just be a new application if it is changed.
Yeah, that's up and down. We never know what that's going to be. But we have to deal with the code that exists, and the code that exists has section 18403. And all I'm asking you really is, how would you not be violative, whatever you're doing, be in violation of 18403? Is that even possible? And I think the answer is no.
So what I would ask for is the zoning board, I guess, would, so basically, in order for me to even remodel the home, because the entire building from the get-go, the first and second story is non-conforming, there would have to be some sort of guideline as to that it could be set, that it could be built to the original size or whatnot, because otherwise a permit just, I don't think would ever issue. So just, I guess the original structure, which is the 836, which is neither plus or not minus, it's just 836.
Okay.
Since the original structure was 836.
Let me hear from the gentleman who's here.
Thank you. I'm here as a volunteer from the Upper Fells Point Improvement Association. I'm the land use chairman and served in that position for several years. Part of the reason I'm here is because the neighbor that lives at 121 South Ann Street reached out to our committee and expressed a lot of concern about construction that was going on. And apparently this construction is not visible from South Durham Street because of the configuration of all the houses, but it is very visible from her backyard, which she lives directly behind the property. And there is a retaining wall there that's in poor condition, and they have lived there for several years and have young children. and they are very concerned about a possible collapse of this wall and improper permitting, no permitting, and no structural indication that this wall won't erode further. There's no design that they're able to see for water drainage, that sort of thing. So that kind of prompted us to kind of look into this. Now, Ms. No is not a stranger to this, the BMZA. She's been here multiple times for properties in our neighborhood. And the letter that was written to the BMZA on behalf of the Upper Fells Point in section 4 kind of documents a history of illegal construction and noncompliance with city regulations, which raises further concern about the current project. In our neighborhood alone, one building has been condemned due to improper engineering, and 2 other properties remain under long-standing stop work orders. One of these properties is currently subject of a lawsuit with the city of Baltimore regarding receivership. And below is a summary of noncompliance issues related to Ms. No's properties. I can read them all if you like, or you can simply read the letter yourself. But it goes into detail about the other properties, which are 1826 Bank Street, 209 South Chapel Street, and 205 South Chapel Street. This has been a problem in our neighborhood for a number of years, and all of her properties that she's tried to develop, she's followed the same MO on each one, trying to go beyond the scope of the permits or even the resolutions of BMZA. Hence, she's been stopped from finishing construction, and all these properties are sitting vacant for multiple years. And then here we go again. She went ahead, she starts construction on this house on 130 South Durham. The neighbor's doing 311s to get the inspections down there. Finally, inspector goes down there, puts stop work permit on. Next thing, the neighbor calls up and says, hey, she says, they're still working on it. They're finishing as fast as they can, working 7 days a week to put all the siding on and the roofing and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't know what else you can do. If they're violating a stop work permit, it's only so far that we can take it. So we do have Upper Fells Point Improvement Association is a member-driven organization. We represent the neighborhood. We send out 1,200 newsletters to all the neighbors throughout the neighborhood every single month. We have monthly land use hearings. We do have a rubric that we apply to any property that comes into our area that is seeking a BMCA variance, and her property fails to meet the rubric that we've set up and has been voted on by the members for us to uphold that. So hence that caused us to write a letter of opposition to this property. As you can see, the property is a similar size to the rest of the properties on that street. There's many people that I know that have single bedroom homes that are very nice. They have a little backyard. That's the kind of neighborhood it is. It's all very walkable, and a lot of the homes are very nice. There's no reason why she couldn't have just done her renovation per her original permit for interior renovations, not including any structural changes. So I don't see why anything would be holding her up from doing that. It's just that every time she's going for more than what she's allowed to do by a roundabout way, and it's very frustrating from everyone, from all the city agencies that have had to deal with her, and for the community association. And it's unfortunate because while all this is going on, no one's living in these houses, so they have been unoccupied for years.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from this witness, for this witness?
No questions.
Okay. I think we're back to you, Ms. Snow. Anything additional you want to add?
Yes, yes, sir. So this retaining wall that the neighbor at 121 is talking about is an original retaining wall that was built whenever it was built prior to us ever owning the home. So this retaining wall has not been touched. I realize that she now thinks that that retaining wall is not stable. That was never actually brought up to me. Also, all her fencing.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Would it not be your response if you're going to build over top of it?
I did not build on top of it, sir.
On top of that wall?
No, sir.
So nothing you did impacted,
No,
or
sir.
potentially could impact
No,
that
sir.
wall?
It is, the building itself is about 7 feet away from that retaining wall and has no bearing on that retaining wall. That retaining wall was just as is from whenever somebody put it in from prior years. This person
Hold
at
on.
one.
Is there any shifting of the property as a consequence of building the second addition?
No, Your Honor.
That would,
This retaining wall is just as is. There's no change to it physically or any structurally. It's too far away from, the building itself is too far away from that retaining wall. And also, this person herself actually has fencing around the property that's over 6 feet that they also did not even try to get a BMZ approval for, which, I was thinking about complaining about because they have all new fencing and it's like about 12 feet high. And they clearly did not do a BMZ because I would have seen it if it had been posted on their home. But going back to the building itself, I understand that a lot of people have very small homes. I see now, like looking at the 120 Durham as 206, they're all under 1,000 square feet. So I'm assuming that most of these homes are all one bedroom. I do think that for the development of Baltimore, I would think that, and there's no, and I understand the uniqueness factor is very important, and also not increasing the footprint and all that is very important. But at the same time, Baltimore itself is a very, it's like a city that has a very difficult time retaining people, retaining young professionals to live. And I think a lot of it is because, a lot of contractors face so much difficulty in remodeling the homes. And if you don't add a little bit of...
I hear you, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, but we're here to talk about setbacks.
Yes. See, so like I said, the original setback for the first floor was non-conforming, but if I leave here with... I understand that you would want me to maybe not increase the square footage of the home, but at the same time, because the original structure was non-conforming, there has to be something in writing saying that the original structure was had such and such setback and non-conforming. Otherwise, it's very difficult. It's basically virtually impossible to even
So you're concerned with getting a building permit based upon the current footprint of the building. Is that what you're trying to?
I mean, if the board is not able to approve a 7% increase from the 80%, then at the very minimum, I would request, I guess, the 82 for the first, since that's what it's at, and like the square footage being the 836, which is the original structure. So without that approval, since the first floor is non-conforming, it would just, I wouldn't even be able to get a building permit, basically.
So you're not going to increase the existing nonconformance. You just want to be able to fix the nonconformance. You want to rehab the building where the nonconformance line is today.
At this point, yes, Your Honor. I want to
Only am I being call me Your Honor.
Oh, well, okay.
I mean, trust me.
I'm
We're not
sorry.
all aspiring to that.
I really don't know exactly how to address the board. So at this point, if at the very minimum, if the board is unable to approve a minor variance of 7%, then at the very minimum, I would request that it be kept at the 82%, which is the existing structure, so that I'm able to pull a permit.
Well, I'm wondering how it is we, again, are talking about a variance. If we're still at 18403, if anything you've done or will do increases the nonconformity or creates a new nonconformity.
It does not increase the new nonconformity. It just keeps the building as is nonconformed. It does not increase anything because the original structure itself was nonconforming.
I think if the board denies the variances, we can put in there something that says that the existing non-conforming structure before any unpermitted work can be rehabbed as is. I don't think we need to put that in. I think that's in the code already. And I don't think I've ever heard of anyone having an issue with rehabbing an existing non-conforming structure that they're not expanding. Mm-hmm. But if that would make everyone feel more comfortable, I can specifically write that into the resolution. But I mean, that's going to depend on
Are you
the
aware of
outcome.
that you can fix an existing nonconformity as long as you don't expand it or create a new nonconformity?
No, I was not because originally I think I had originally wanted to do like a smaller building, but they had still asked that I do a BMZA. Yeah, so even
Everything is a non-conforming.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
think like because your lot is small, your house, as it sits when you bought it, was non-conforming.
yes.
Any changes to the house that extend the footprint, or like, sorry, even in space, I could extend the footprint even in space, so like a second story, adds to the non-conforming. That's why we're stuck where we are. The only thing that you could do to that house that wouldn't increase the non-conformity would be just to rehab it as built. Because anytime you're going to take the second story, you're adding an addition, you're going back into that space that is non-conforming to the degree that you end up with a livable second story. Does that make sense? So like if the second story came off and was like this big, then you could probably do it, right?
Well, I think she said that the second story already is only 12 feet back from the rear yard. It would have to be 20 feet back in order to be non-conforming on the second
And
floor.
it's not possible.
It's just not
because
possible.
The
You're gonna
rear,
have to cut that out. I mean,
yeah.
it's too.
It's already both the first and the second floors are non-conforming with respect to the rear yard of 20 feet.
Okay.
And so any addition on either floor is going to be increasing the amount of non-conformity, and therefore it's not possible for the board to approve under this current code. But repair of the existing structure is possible. And
That was my
yeah.
point, yeah.
And it shouldn't require anything to come to us, but if it does, we can write that into the resolution to make it clear that
Maybe that's the thing to do, just to clear the way for her to repair
Repair.
the existing structure.
not anything that has been illegally added,
Right.
but what had previously existed and was legally there as a non-conforming structure can be repaired as is.
What did happen to the illegally?
I mean, I can't say anything about the illegal part. That we're not approving it. It's going to have to be removed.
I mean, it's almost like this case, it's a fiction. It doesn't, for
Right.
purposes of what we have to rule on,
Right.
it's not there. That's the risk you take when you do that.
Yeah.
Or you could, choose to buy another house. It's not, if it can't be made bigger legally, then that's not the right one. But, okay, I think I have enough. Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Ms. No. On this matter, 2020, I don't even know what it is.
2024-318, 130 South Durham Street. I think this application has to be denied based on section 18403 because the proposed addition would be an expansion or expansion of an existing nonconformity and/or creation of a new nonconformity. And given that 18403 is the law of the city's land at this time, I don't think the board has the ability to ignore that code provision. So I'm a no for the application. That's it. That's where I'm a no.
I agree.
I agree. Also a no.
I agree.
Right. I will make sure that in the resolution that what we just talked about is in there about the legal structure being allowed to stay and be rehabbed in place. All right. And we didn't have Mr. Shaw today, which you called earlier, and he did not appear. It looks like he didn't show up. This is at least the second time this has been rescheduled for him. He didn't give us any indication that he wouldn't be here today. We can either give him a new date or dismiss it for a failure to appear.
My position is, if this is the second time with no call, it's cause for denial.
I feel okay. Everyone else agree too? James and Victor?
No, I agree.
Okay. Okay, so we'll dismiss that one. He can reapply again if he wants to. All right, I think we are done for today.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, Bonnie. Safe.